You alive.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll call this meeting back into session or into order. We will be moving on our agenda to, if you have your meeting agenda here, you can take a look at it. We have moved past the interim topics now. We're going to rely on our chairman to be able to work with other chairmen. We do have some conflicts that they're looking at right now that they're going to work through, and so we're going to get that to our chairman so they can work through those details and make sure that we don't have any redundancies. And we will see to it that gets taken care of and that those can't be resolved, and we'll revisit that. But otherwise, we trust that our chairman will work out those details and have the latitude to be able to move forward and do some incredibly good work. So with that, I would recognize Matt Obricht. Please, Director.
Mr. Chairman, next up on the agenda is interim topic proposals for Management Council's consideration. These are in your packet. The first one would be the renewal or the continuation of the mental health task force. And I believe we've got Representative Lloyd Larson and Senator Grew are both present to discuss that.
Thank you, Matt. We have Senator Grew with us. Representative Larson is online. So whichever one of you fine gentlemen would like to take this opportunity, please do so.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, I'd just like to turn it over to my good friend, Senator Larson, because I think we both were coming at this from the same general direction, but he's forgotten more about this subject than I'll ever know. So,
all right, very good.
I
Larson.
just got a mental health problem. He's actually can solve it, so let him give it a shot.
With that, Representative Larson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, you're good, sir. Proceed.
Thank you. So, Mr. Chairman, it's my request that the Management Council consider continuing on with the Mental Health and Vulnerable Adult Task Force and allow for 3 one-day meetings during the interim. I would also propose that we keep the structure of the meeting the same as it has been over the last 3 years, which has been a unique composition of the judicial, executive branch, and the legislature, with representatives from the Supreme Court, the Department of Corrections, the Department of Family Services, the Department of Education, Department of Health, then representatives that you assign from the Senate and the House. Over the last 2 years that this has been in place, what we've done is added on to what we've been working on across the state to establish policy and determine what the state's role is in providing mental health services to the citizens of the state. And the first year and the structure, Mr. Chairman, you'll remember, is that this task force, because it's made up of the various branches, we don't bring a committee bill. We pass a bill and then request that standing committee hear it. We've had the Labor and Health, the Judicial Committee, and I think one corporation's bill that's come forth. We had 4 bills passed in 23, with one of those being a personal bill of Senator Nethercott on civil course of action. Then last year we had 2 bills, one of which was passed on the diversion courts, and then we had a budget amendment in the budget bill for funding guardianships for vulnerable adults. This task force has been really good at identifying gaps in our policy, in defining what it is we should and should not be doing, and I think would just it's the number one thing that I hear, Mr. Chairman. I think that we all hear that, and how do we define mental health and mental health issues, and I think that we just really need to establish what those policies are. One, we read an article yesterday, or an op-ed yesterday, in one of the news publications about the need for counselors in our elementary schools. That was in a bill last year that failed. that but couldn't agree more. And I think that we need to continue to go back and try to address these things. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to answer any questions that the members of the committee might have.
Thank you, Representative Larson. Representative Grew, do you have anything to follow up with that, or? Good, okay. Questions? Representative Heiner, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Larson, thank you for attending. I'm trying to find online who comprises that task force. Is it just legislators? Is the government's, is the executive office involved? Just how many people or who are on that task force? I don't know how large or small that is.
Representative Larson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, what we had, it is a little bit unique there, Chairman Heiner, in that we had one representative from the judicial. It was Chief Justice Fox or Elise, depending on the Chief Justice's schedule. Then we had the Director for Corrections, the Director for DFS, the Director for the Department of Health, and then the Superintendent of Public Instruction had a designee for representing education. We had 3 senators and 3 representatives.
Any follow-up? We're good. Any other questions for the chairman? Seeing none, you've done a wonderful job of explaining everything, obviously, Mr. Chairman. Desire of the committee.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Young.
Mr. Chairman, so members, the existence of the task force has varied in the way it has been created and upheld. So the way it existed in 2024 was that we actually put it in the feed bill, the legislative budget bill, to exist for 1 year. I think that the decision for making it a 1-year decision was to leave the continuation of it to the new management council and the new legislature. So that's why it's before us today. It's not a statutory committee, it is a task force, but mental health is an ongoing issue, which is why we're seeing it still.
Thank you, Representative Young. Any other discussion? Seeing none. Committee? Representative Heiner, please.
So, thank you, Mr. Chairman. That brings up a question in my mind. Do we have the budget for it? If it was not in the feed bill for this year, where would we find the money and how much is needed for this? I just want to make sure that we have the number to be able to cover the cost if we choose to go this route.
Director Obrecht, please.
Mr. Chairman, if you approve the continuation of the mental health task force, LSO will spend the money for the legislative members of that task force from your contingency funds. And we've got contingency funds that can cover it for this year, and then we'll address it again within the feed bill next year. The executive and judicial branch pays for their members of the task force.
Further questions? Representative Haraldson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just looking at this topic and the next topic to the good Senator Larson, if you could kind of explain, obviously we've got 2 mental task force conversations. How does that one correlate with yours, and is there going to be an issue or a conflict?
Representative Larson. Or Senator Larson, which do you prefer?
Lloyd works just fine, Mr. Chairman. And I have to plead ignorant on what the other request is, but I think heretofore we've been able to incorporate just about all of the broad mental health discussions into the task force. And then as that gets refined through agency input, refer them back to a standing committee. And we try to do that early enough. We try to get that out early enough, Representative Haraldson, to where they've got time to look at those bills and look at those issues in the time that they have remaining.
Very good. Follow up? Good. Anyone? Senator Grew, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative, your request, and I was just dovetailing off to make sure that it got in on time. That's why it was kind of an add-on for, it's not two requests, it was just the one. But do you see that, the makeup that you have right now, is that the makeup that you would envision going forward this year? Lloyd?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, Senator Guru, I really like the makeup of having the judicial and those agencies that are dealing with people that are impacted by either the persistence of mental health issues, Department of Ed and Department of Health, Department of Family Services, and Department of Correction and Judicial, who are on the receiving end of those the impacts of what we're seeing around for mental illness. I have real concerns, Mr. Chairman and Senator Guru, that we've not defined very well what we're going to do with the schools. We had a bill this year that we made a couple attempts at, but we're going into recalibration, and we're going to have consultants that are going to advise us on how mental health should be addressed in our schools, but we had a bill there that would establish what the policy was. And without that policy in place, the consultants will look nationally for other sources of how we fund mental health services in the school. And I think that we really want to be careful to make sure that we're adopting policies that fit for Wyoming and for how we see things and for the citizens that we're trying to help. And that's why I think the makeup of this, the task force, as we've had it outlined, really has value for developing policy.
Thank you, Representative. Any other discussion? None? Representative Senator Guru.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you're looking for a motion, I move at this time that we continue the mental health task force as currently manned for 1 year. And if I get a second, I will explain.
Okay, motion's been made. Is there a second? Second. Seconded. Okay, discussion. Senator Guru.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What I was hoping to say, I believe this is very important work, and I think that they've done a great job at identifying certain needs, and I think the departments that I've talked to have gotten a lot out of this, and I think that they should be allowed to continue. But it is a new group here, and so I said for 1 year, and then we can take it up in the budget, and then all of us can weigh in, appropriations can weigh in, everyone can weigh in, and the floor can weigh in on having this move forward. So and I probably should have said this in the motion, so maybe if you'll give me a little leeway, I would say take the money from the contingency fund now to fund this for 1 year, and then we'll take it up as a budget item. So that's my motion.
Okay, further discussion. Representative Baer, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to know, if we can, what the cost was for last year's efforts. And I'm unfamiliar with which bills this committee created, so I'd love to review those before I vote, just to know what kind of work they've been doing, creating, that type of thing.
Okay. Do we have some information? Director Obrecht, on the dollars.
Yeah, Heather does, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, last year, it was $15,000 was spent for mental health task force.
Thank you, Heather. Do we have a light on the numbers or the identification of the bills that were produced through this task force, or any idea on that, or?
Just, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Larson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this year we had 3 bills, 2 bills and 1 budget, one request in the budget. The 2 bills were on the treatment courts, and then you'll recall we had a bill on confidentiality in the Department of Family Services. The treatment court bill passed. Confidentiality bill did not passed the Senate, did not pass the House. And then there is a budget request, I think it was for $800,000 for providing guardianships to the vulnerable adults in adult protective services in Agency 49, Department of Family Services. The year before, the bills that passed were it's the one that started, the civil cause of action started in the task force, and then Senator Nethercott carried that through and got that refined and passed that one. Then we had two bills that were one bill that was an amendments to update language on the behavioral health redesign. We had the cross jurisdiction reporting for the Department of Family Services. Then we had the Adult Protective Services definitions that was refined. That went back to a 2017 task force under Governor Meade that with recommendations that we adopted. And then the school finance one this year that did not pass as well, Mr. Chairman. And then there are several bills considered in the committee that didn't come, or in the task force that did not come out of the task force.
Okay, thank you, Representative. Representative Bear, you good? Any other further questions, committee? Okay, motion is made. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Motion carries. Thank you, Representative Larson.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thanks,
and
everyone.
Senator Grube, Senator Renata.
Close. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Having served on this committee, which I think serves a very important role in the state recognizing our challenges with mental health, I have struggled, though, with the unwieldy scope of the committee, which is many topics that interrelate and then don't interrelate. So one of them being vulnerable adults and then mental health. Although those can connect, oftentimes they don't. And so what I'd ask of the chairman moving forward on the committee, as an example, is to perhaps focus our efforts more directly on some results and challenges for Wyoming, just because I think we may be trying to take too big of a bite of the apple with trying to overcome challenges for vulnerable adults in our state, as well as mental health for all of Wyoming. So I would just ask for more direction so that we can do more direct work that gets results for people. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Any other discussion? Bonnie? Thank you, Representative Larson. Appreciate it. Senator Grew. Okay, next for our consideration, Senator Case. According to my list, we've got, Renewal, we've got one other one up there. Who do we have for that one? That would be you. Renewal for the Legislative Facilities, Technology and Process, Select Air Transport. That's yours? Okay, all right. We can take you and then we can go to him. That would be fine. Please proceed, Senator Case.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This is we've had this committee for a long time. Its responsibilities have evolved a little bit. It was the early committee that brought technology to the legislature, helped to develop the websites, and we helped to hire, that's when we first were figuring out whether we were going to have laptops and just all the evolution of that with respect to the websites and having information online. And it also affects the bill processing that we do in-house in the legislature. We develop those programs. So it's an important committee. It's mostly made up of old timers. My co-chairman is Representative Weber. She'll be new to the committee. We look forward to just continuing. Most of the committee members meet by Zoom, but we do have an in Cheyenne presence. We include our clerks from both houses, and we open the committee up to the public to hear what their concerns are about our process. We specifically invite members of the Capitol Club and other lobbyists to come and say, your process stinks in this area because of this or whatever. We don't have any ability to form legislation. We make recommendations back to you, and we serve at your pleasure. We're asking for our typical mandate, have 2 days of meetings, fact gathering, reports on technology, a little bit of overlap with facilities. We have to kind of figure that out a little bit. but this is pretty staid. We can always come in under budget. Not a lot of travel with this committee. 3 members from each house. Probably I will come down for the meetings. They're always held in Cheyenne, and we'll just have 2 meetings.
Very good. Thank you, Senator. Any discussion, questions for the good senator? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion. Senator Nethercutt.
Mr. Chairman, I just want it noted that Senator Craigo has a binder for this meeting, and he just pulled out his laptop the first time today. I think he should declare conflict.
Thank you, Senator Nethercutt.
Mr. Speaker,
Senator Case.
one small thing that we did last time that overflowed into the session this year is the real-time posting on the websites of the votes as the roll call is happening. We didn't have that before, and it makes it available so everyone has a scoreboard on their computer if they want to use it. I think it's been a great tool, well used. In the Senate, we literally had a moment where it was Senator Craigo was looking at that display, and we had an error in the vote tally, and we literally had to stop everything because the vote tally that Senator Craigo was watching, he showed that it was wrong. And it was quite an interesting moment. I've never seen that happen before. And of course, it was all straightened out, but that directly came out of the committee. And it was sort of a middle ground to having display boards in the chamber for electronic voting. And it was a way to put out the real-time information. I don't know if other people are using it, but that's just another example of the work that this committee does. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Case. Senator Craig, you'd like to explain to Senator Nethercutt why you just now got your laptop out?
Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman. I just want to point out, as Senator Case was saying, I do use my computer at the appropriate times.
Thank you for that explanation, sir. You know, and that's something too, we saw it on our House side as well. People really appreciated that technology. And I heard a lot of response from back home as well, that people really enjoyed and appreciated that transparency and ability to be able to see what's really going on. So, yeah, thank you for that. Any other discussion? Representative Yen, please.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just to highlight what came out of that select committee last year as well was the enrolling of a bill, and so we actually used that on the House side this year for one of the tax bills to make it so everyone could understand, which I think was great for both us and the public.
Any others? I would certainly entertain a motion.
There may be public comment. I'm not sure where you are.
Oh, do we? Yeah, I don't want to be negligent here. Is there any public comment in regards to this? Ms. Herman, please. Welcome. Please state your name and for the record and for the folks viewing, and we will proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll go ahead and start. Marguerite Herman here for the League of Women Voters, longtime observer of legislative process since 1980, in fact. And first of all, apropos of the technology and the website and the way it's updated constantly, a shout out to LSO. They have done a fantastic job over the years. When I just started, it was all paper. I know it was prehistoric times, but I'll tell you that people outside of Cheyenne can follow things minute to minute. It's a great hats off to this legislature for empowering LSO to do all they do. So I can't say enough about that. Well, I'll go ahead and let this is a cooperative process here.
Thank you, Marguerite. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Marissa Carpio. I'm with the Equality State Policy Center. We've been in the state for over 30 years, and we have organizations in conservation, social justice, and labor pillars. And although I'm a short-time observer, a lot of those organizations have been here for a very long time. So we've taken their notes, their complaints, and their suggestions in meeting with Ms. Herman to talk about this today.
And just to start out with, I appreciate the comments today, especially by Speaker Nyman about the faith that you have, the trust in your chairman and their abilities, and the wide discretion you want to give them. And that has been the case for the Management Council since forever. There's been a reluctance to do too much sidebars and all that. And so we come with great respect to ask if maybe there should be a little more guidance to chairman, especially for something we noticed during this past session. in particular, but it's been ongoing. The way the chairman, and I know it's a struggle to figure out how to manage time, how to manage the committee hearings, specifically the testimony. How do you control the time without stepping on people's toes? I think there's a wanting to give great latitude to certain people who are not, paid lobbyists, that sort of thing. But if I think what we perceived, and I'll let Ms. Carpio speak for herself, but there seemed to be a tendency to do a lot more of the scheduling and hierarchy of testimony, and I'm not sure exactly why, so that the usual, the three people, the sponsor, the agency personnel, and then the public. The public got parsed into sort of this hierarchy and a tier system, and it was kind of confusing committee to committee, and it wasn't really sure why. And then quite frequently, by the end of the meeting, of course, time being, the clock is ticking, and the people at the end got cut off, and there seemed to be some kind of an internal understanding of priorities or and that sort of thing. And I guess. What I would ask is that maybe a little more guidance be given about consistency within a committee, maybe across committees, and then distinguishing, say, associations from lobbyists, from the public, from various. I know online and offline. In person is an obvious distinction, but I would say I would hope that when committee chairmen do make these distinctions, they can explain what they mean. On a couple occasions, I saw someone kind of gently but definitely chewed out because she testified at the wrong time when they called for an association and she was a lobbyist. I mean, and it gets to be a little bit confusing, and wondering what the reason for all these distinctions make in the budgeting of time. But I'll let Ms. Carville speak for herself.
Thank you, Marguerite. Yeah, the only thing that I would add is we have members of our coalition who are associations. We have other groups that are just organizations, 501c3s. Some are lobbyists, some are members, but they're members of those organizations. So there was a lot of confusion this year on when to go up, and there's some hesitancy, and then they would miss their time to go. So even if it's not completely consistent among all committees, maybe just having the conversation in the legislative process committee would help me let those organizations know what to do. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Carville. Ms. Herman, any questions for these folks? Thank you very much. Appreciate your time. Thank you for coming today. Any others? Public comment? Senator Nethercott.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Because Chairman Case is here and has been a chairman for a long time and a legislator for a long time, addressing the concerns as presented by those speakers, and maybe something we can address here with Management Council, recognizing chairman training, I think happened yesterday, is the practice of how to invite the public up to speak after a bill has been presented. It was my experiences as a young legislator that it was customary for the chairman to immediately call on the state agency departments that may be relevant to the bill to provide additional kind of knowledge or understanding about the topic. And kind of the subject matter experts who aren't there to lobby or to push a bill either way, but to really provide substantive information. And then secondarily then to just free flow into public comment beyond that. And that was the way it worked in every committee I served on, and every chairman functioned that way. I have seen a different practice, which I do believe has caused just confusion about that. And so curious as to Senator Case's experience over time about how that works. And as a chairman, do you want specific direction from Management Council about how to receive public comment in the order? Because it sounds like the public is asking for maybe more clarity because of the change in custom or history, and then critical review of not knowing that change.
Senator Case, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, Madam Majority Floor Leader. I think my ideal of what should happen mirrors your discussion. I mean, you have people testify from the agencies to kind of fill out the bill's situation, to explain the bill. And then I've never been wed to a hard and fast order. I think it's kind of counterproductive because you can never manage your time. So even at the simple level of having everybody testify in favor or everybody testify in opposition, which we started doing a few years ago, many committees do that. I think that is inherently kind of tilting it one way or the other, especially recognizing the time constraints that inevitably come at the end. It's kind of new to overly specify this. I'm honestly less rigid about my committees than probably most chairmen. And I mean, I like formality, but at a point it gets in the way. So we don't do an order. We don't really review the rules. We expect people to follow rules and know the rules, and we try to get right to business. I understand chairpersons need to do more, and I understand in the House the challenges are bigger because you have more members. Totally get that too. So I'm more inclined to think about putting less restrictions on public testimony and do the things that are important first, like people that have traveled a long way. If you're going to continue the meeting to another time, please get those people that have come down here. And this is the most important piece. The average person in Wyoming, when they participate in the legislative process, it's through the committees. It's the most important time to them. They're making an effort. They've thought about their testimony. And if we don't provide them a welcoming, embracing, and willing to sit and listen to them, we're not doing our job. So the public has to come first. I hope that's helpful.
Thank you, Senator. Senator, follow-up? Good? Any other questions for, well, we'll make others come up. Don't rush off for Senator Case.
I'll just sit right here, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr.
Mr.
Krennic.
President, Joey Carenti, Rural Wyoming Matters. I've testified at quite a few committees over quite a few years. A little experience in this, so maybe I'm taking it for granted, but I remember we opened this meeting today giving a little bit more flexibility and ownership of the committees to the chairman. And now we might be talking about setting strict rules, guidelines, even time limits on how those committee testimonies are run. When we just talked about your committee really needs to be your committee, and there's things like scheduling, how many people might have to speak, other things that are coming up and we need to get to today. And I think with just a little bit of time, especially if it's a lobbyist or a subject matter expert, they should kind of know the process, definitely know the committee and the diversity of the personalities and types of chairmen that we have. I know there's a committee that I walk into that if I make too much noise or a device goes off, I'm buying donuts. I know when certain devices go off, it's a senior senator's cell phone. You spend a little time understanding this and allow that chairman to handle that. I'm sitting at a table with a chairman who had so much work that they were here at 6 o'clock in the morning and sometimes stayed till after midnight so all that testimony could be heard. So maybe I'm taking it a little personal saying, I didn't see it happen. I haven't seen it happen. Nobody's never been allowed to not testify. They may have had to testify later, but the rules of decorum posted at the door at every meeting. Anytime those rules are violated, I've always seen a chairman handle it just fine. It may not be exactly the same committee to committee, but that's our responsibility. If we're going to go in and be passionate about a piece of legislation, we need to know how the process works and who we're going to be talking to. And I think to start this morning by giving more ownership of the committees to the chairman and then getting into a conversation about maybe shackling them a little more might be a bit counterproductive. And maybe if, again, another ask of the LSO, we could get those rules of decorum and how committees work in general out to the people. And that might be a better first step than putting new requirements on the committee chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Krennic.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Senator Nethercott.
No requirement to shackle any chairman. Of course, I never supported that and certainly don't now. I think the issue is that there's a new custom in the House for how committees are prioritized and how testimony is taken. At least that's the criticism and concern that I've heard. which hasn't been directly addressed but alluded to, which I think is creating the confusion for the ambiguity associated with this conversation, despite the fact that two members of the public who have significant history testifying in front of committees presented it but are afraid to speak specifically about it. Thus, we're having to deal with the ambiguity associated with it. And so my question is whether or not we as Management Council should deal with chairmen to provide their preference and publish that preference as to how public comment would be taken. And that way the public can be more efficient in providing that testimony because the wishes of the new chairman are made publicly available. And so no requirement to shackle, but rather to provide transparency to the public for those chairmen's prerogatives for perhaps conducting their committee meetings in a different fashion as has been the historical custom of the legislature. So to that, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, Senator Nethercott, that explains a lot. I may have not been hearing something that wasn't being said or heard something, I don't know, but the way I interpreted what was being said, maybe if transparency and clear testimony felt a little safer, things like this wouldn't happen. So I do apologize if I was off base.
Thank you, Mr. Carney. Any others? Other discussion? Representative Yen, please.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. So members, I think this was publicly stated in one of the committee meetings, at least that I'm in, that it was a request from leadership to have this kind of hierarchy. But I think some of it, to be fair to them, to be fair to leadership, House leadership, it was to address the concern that you had to ensure that, members of the public who never testify have the chance so they don't end up being the ones at the last end of the gate because they're too nervous, and then all of the people that testify all the time do it, and now we're at the end of the meeting of an hour, and they feel like they didn't get to have their time to say their piece, and they traveled a long way. So I understand that motivation, but I do think maybe just a little clarity, and especially come the interim, so we're not going to have a little hiccup where when the Senate chairman chairs, it's going to be one way, and then when the House chairman chairs, it's going to be another way. Maybe just some clarity at the outset of the beginning of every interim meeting. This is how it's going to be, would be useful.
Thank you, Representative Yen, and that's good advice. And I would have to say, as House leadership, my charge to my chairman was do exactly what you just said, was to make sure that folks have traveled because of Wyoming and our roads and our distances we travel, to make sure that the folks, the individuals come and have preference, that we talk to our agencies immediately after the bill's introduced, get their take on the effect that this is going to have, and then go right to our individuals that have come a long ways many times and had an opportunity to be able to make sure that their voices are heard, and then go to agencies, which many times are closer to where we're working here and stuff, and have a little bit easier reach than what a lot of the folks that are going to be dealing with the consequences or the blessings of the legislation that we're passing have. So that was the effort. As far as the chairman's, and as far as our House is concerned, I will certainly tell them to make sure that we have a good line of communication and make sure people understand and know what they're being expected of as they go into the meetings, and so that there's less fogginess on who should and shouldn't be coming up, and hopefully that'll clarify that. But the emphasis from the House position and mine to my directive to my chairman was to make sure that the people that are there, individuals, have preference right after the agencies, and then go on to the lobbies and the associations, and so in an effort to make sure these folks get heard. So any other questions? Is that it?
Mr. Chairman.
Director Obert.
This might be a good issue for Tech and Process to look at. Not so much on the hierarchy of testimony, but standing committees especially are dealing with more public comment than they ever have before. And I worry it's actually preventing them from being able to work bills to the greatest extent they maybe should in a lot of circumstances. And I think if we provide a set of guidelines for our chairman to be able to effectively manage testimony, then they can concentrate on getting that testimony and then working the bills. And that, I'd like to hear Chairman Case's thoughts on if it'd be beneficial for the Select Committee to look at that aspect of it as well.
Thank you, Director. Chairman Case, please.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, and Director Obrick. It's a fair concern. When there are important bills that we have addressed in the legislature where testimony is hours of testimony, and it's very, very repetitive, and it is about extremely important issues that take time away from actually working the bill. I sort of think of that as being a necessary cost. It's part of democracy, and it's part of our Wyoming code, where I have cut off testimony, and I did it in the past deal, was where I had people from Wyoming that wanted to testify. We were running out of time, and there were people online that were from other places outside of Wyoming, and I actually cut them off to get the Wyoming people in. We had a subsequent meeting, so everybody got there here, but that is a challenge. And I don't exactly know what the best way to do it. You can't be arbitrary. You have to treat everybody equal. So like that's when the 2 minutes come in. I've never really had to use that. I try to cajole people to think, please don't be repetitive. You know, if you got something new, or you can raise your hand and be part of the Me Too. It is a fair question. It is really a fair question, and happy to have a discussion about that in this committee if you show desire. It's a fair question.
Thank you, Senator. Appreciate that. Any other questions? Discussion? Senator Nethercott.
Yep. Mr. Chairman, yeah, I would just ask Management Council then to direct this committee to look at developing some of that guidance with LSO, recognizing that Chairman Case is probably the most liberal when it comes to.
This is going to be good, everybody.
Having served with an undetermined case for a long time, that he is very gracious with public testimony to the point where it does go on for hours. And so he is coming from that perspective. And so I would request a consideration of chairman with different perspectives on public testimony, whereas certainly respecting all of it and a need to hear it, but maybe not to the full hilt that Chairman Case certainly respects public comment in his committee. So I do think it's appropriate that we look at that for guidance, guiding documents, not requirements.
Thank you, Senator. Any other discussion? Okay. Looking for, correct me if I'm wrong, but we need a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we renew the select facilities, wait a minute. I gotta get it.
Facilities technology
Yeah,
process.
facilities, yeah, what you were saying, facilities technology process committee.
Second.
Second. Any discussion? We've done that. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. Motion passes. Thank you very much, Senator Case. Yeah. Now, moving on, we've got both Representative Weber's select committee. That would be both of you should have been up there together, I'm assuming. There won't be two different items there. Review of Management Council Legislator Email Policy. Director Obrecht, please.
Mr. Chairman, we just have one other select committee.
Sorry.
Yeah, select, air transportation.
Real quick, yeah. Sorry.
No, please.
Mr. Chairman, I'll just take that one real quick. How do we do it? Okay. I'm just trying to figure out a way to frame this real quick. Air service is critical for the state of Wyoming. And if you've noticed, if you watch the industry, I do very closely, if you've noticed in the last few years, a lot of rural communities around the country are losing their air service. Airlines consolidating into the legacy carriers, and you see ultra low cost carriers come and go, but it's those major players, our legacy air partners, that actually provide the bulk of the service. It's leaving rural areas in deference to more profitable routes from larger cities where they can fly more often. And so it's critical that we have some connection with that. Wyoming has been blessed with having more opportunities for air service, and it's through this Select Air Committee that I believe that happens. Each year, another outfit, Jackson Hole Air, which I happen to be the chairman of, has a airline rendezvous in September in Jackson Hole. We have a very robust air program in Jackson. Over 75% of the employment statewide come through Jackson, and we attract some of the major players from those legacy carriers to come to Jackson for this conference. What we do each year is invite the Select Air Committee to have their one lone meeting at this conference. So they get to come to this meeting, and we also invite all the airport directors from all over the state, and then the Select Air Committee to come. They get then have their meeting, and then the airline representatives from the major carriers, who are some of their top people, then come to testify at that meeting. And I think that's at the essence that's really helped get the synergy between some of the legacy carriers, one in particular, to really put a lot of emphasis on Wyoming and Wyoming Air Service. That's what the Select Air Committee does. We have one meeting a year in Jackson. I don't think as Heather, with the cost, I know it's outside our hotel room prices in Jackson, which are always problematic. It does not cost that much. We provide a lot of the services, Jackson Hole Air, to the committee, and try to keep the costs down, and then have folks. And it's always, if you look at the folks, whether it's Senator Jones, Senator Landon, we always try to get people from communities that are in that air service basket, and we also invite other legislators to come, so they get a chance to, kind of give a little commercial for their communities, and I think it's been a big help. And so with that, I just ask you if we could continue that process along, and we at Jackson Hole Air are excited to do it. It just happens that this year the president asked me to serve on the committee. I haven't been on it for a while. I was an alternate member for a while, and asked me to do it, and I'm more than happy to do it. But we've got some new members, but it's always great to have them there to, like I say, get them introduced to these folks and start creating those relationships, which is at the heart of our success.
Thank you very much,
I'd be glad to stay for any questions.
You bet. Any questions for Senator Grew? Representative Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This select committee has been going on for a number of years, and we've risen to the occasion as a legislature, and we've put some good things into action to maintain air service to these small communities. But are we at a point where we have diminishing returns to continue with this? Is there anticipated changes that we need to make, or legislation that needs to come out in respect to air service? Or are we just continuing just because we've been doing this for a number of years? Or is it something that needs to have a sunset?
Senator Grew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Heiner, like I say, as I mentioned before in my testimony, across the country, small communities are losing their air service, and we have been able to hold strong. Like I say, I think the relationships that we built with this over the years, I think the capacity air agreements that we're working on are actually the standard now for what rural states are moving towards in this space. Want to preface that by saying in Jackson Hole, we don't use any air capacity money. We work our internal shop all with our own money, all with donations. We work with a partner with the state on a couple of contracts, only just to say that we're partners with the state. The state wants to be a partner with us on some of these to continue the relationship. But that's the only government dollars we use. But the capacity dollars that are used around the state, I think, are absolutely essential for the service to continue. I think we do so from what I see, and I speak about this with a lot of groups around the country, what other communities are paying for service, we pay a fraction of the cost. Because through our capacity air agreements, we've been able to work, and the relationship we built, we've worked with the airlines to forge these partnerships. So I think this would be a tough time to walk away from that. I consider it a very wise and effective use of the monies that the state has put towards it, and I think it can only improve from here. Now, we may have some questions as a legislature to answer about if we're going to continue this as robustly in some markets as in others. But I think when I think about you know, when I think about Sheridan, when I think about Rock Springs, when I think about Casper and how, and where they've come in their air service from where they've been and where I think they could be going. I think Gillette as well. I think, you know, I think about Riverton as well. You know, where's the sweet spot? Where's the sweet spot for Cody? I think those could be open questions, but it's been a plus, and it's been for economic development. It's been absolutely critical.
Representative Heiner, follow-up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator, I'm not, I guess you may have misunderstood my question. It's not to get rid of the capacity shared agreement and the money that we put out there, but is it the best use of our legislators' time to have a select committee if there's not going to be any changes made? Could we just continue with what we already have, with what we have in place, without having a committee getting together and just not anything coming out that needs to be changes?
Senator Drew.
Well, sorry, Mr. Chairman, yes, Representative Heiner, I still stand by, I think the relationships that we continue, even we've been rotating new members. I'd say this is my first year back on. And I know Senator Lynn has been on for a number of years, but the entire House side is all new. And that's kind of done by design a little bit, is to bring on new folks, bring on folks from different communities to get them there. And we also, like say, when I'm actually in charge of the guest list, and so I invite folks from different committees, whether it's appropriations or just and from communities around. I think I look around this table, I see some people that we've invited over the years to come to these meetings just to keep doing it. And so the committee I think the committee meeting is important, because having that meeting there, having those members there, meeting those folks, having them testify, you know, they enjoy it a lot. And I think the airlines get a lot out of it too, as they get to have that interaction. So I hope that gets at your question.
Follow up, good. Representative Yin, please.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So the committee is called the Air Transportation Liaison Committee. So I mean, I think in the name it really reflects what the whole reason for the committee is, which is to maintain that relationship with our large carriers, that we want to make sure that we have air service in the small communities around Wyoming. And so it's a one-day meeting, and it coincides with a meeting that, frankly, Jackson pays for a lot of it, to get those airlines there every year. And this is a way where we can ensure that every community benefits from that meeting, by building those relationships year over year. And not just each communities, but this creates a situation where the airlines, when they go to that meeting, they know who the legislators that they need to speak to talk about air service within the state or within other local communities. So it's about relationship building. That's what the committee's existence is for.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we renew the Select Air Transportation Committee for its meeting in September.
It's been moved. Second. Second by Representative Yin. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
No.
Motion's passed. Okay. Next, for our consideration, Management Council Legislator email policy. Unless we have something else that's
Yeah, Mr.
on
Chairman,
here?
yeah, with your approval, we've got legislators here, Senator Kolb, to talk about a possible gaming task force or select committee.
Okay. Did you want to take that? Because that's next, right after
Yeah,
this. So you want to
let's
do
take
first?
that
Okay,
next.
very good.
If you don't mind.
Senator Kolb, proposed gaming task force, and Senators Crago. Welcome.
Good afternoon, thank you.
Introduce yourselves for everybody that don't know you and proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senator Kolb, Senate District 12, speaking on behalf of the task force, the gaming proposed task force. I also have Senator Crago with me. And I think we'll go back and forth between each other, make sure we cover everything that's we think you need to hear. So, well, I guess the question is why? What's the purpose of this? The purpose is first to get a handle on understanding what has not been solved for years. We've tried to deal with this issue, local control being probably the first and foremost issue. Frankly, the end result of what has been known is that we do not have local control. It is out of control. Our counties don't have control once it's in, and our cities don't have control either. And House Bill 85 was an attempt to try to rectify that, and it had a lot of issues in 85 that really made it untenable. Now, there's a lot of reasons for that. I probably don't want to go into all of them, but it just wasn't going to work. It was too big of a lift. So why a task force? Well, frankly, I think this is probably the one time in my legislative career, short as it may be, my second term, that I see a reason for this select task force to deal with this. And that's because we have no control. House members and senators and speaker and president, our communities have no control. It's a problem. And it's you know, on one hand, it's a good problem to have, right? You know, we started off with this, frankly, in Sweetwater County when I was a county commissioner. We got live horse racing going, and we had no idea where it was going to go. Legislators allowed us to do it, you know, as a county, and that's kind of started this thing, and it's blown up in excess of $1.5 billion for historical horse racing alone. It is big money, and we really don't have a handle on it anymore, and which is, you know, on one hand, a good thing to have. I mean, we have a growing industry that's exponentially exploding. However, without local control, and then also a reevaluation of maybe how the revenue situation's working out, because we have a hodgepodge of issues with how it's, for lack of a better word, taxed, how the state of Wyoming gets a part of said revenue. There's no uniformity. I mean, it's a big puzzle. And I think in this instance, a task force for this purpose was really something we need to get into, because no one committee has been able to handle this. We've tried it with numerous committees because of what it is, the uniqueness of it, the size of it, the amount of money we're dealing with. It is by far, I think, one of our biggest issues, probably behind recalibration, but it is certainly a problem that if we don't get a hold of it, it's just going to get worse every year. And I think this is going to be a first attempt to do that, to come up with a solution, come up with something that's going to work. It's going to work for our communities. It's going to work for the people that we represent in the state of Wyoming. And I think that's, in a broad sense, the reason for this request and in its uniqueness. And I think I'll let Senator Crago take it from here and speak, if you don't mind, Mr.
Thank you,
Speaker.
Senator Crago, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just a little bit different perspective than that is, you know, I think what we learned as we were talking about this, particularly in the Senate during session, was there's a lack of knowledge about this particular topic. And part of that, I think, is because of how this has bounced around between committees. It doesn't necessarily have a home committee. I think Senator Nethercott brought that up earlier. And so that continuity of knowledge is lacking. And for whatever reason that it bounced around between committees, it did. It doesn't really matter. We are where we are today. But I think one of the reasons this would be a good road to go down is we could start educating legislators. We could start educating our House members, our Senate members, and those members of the task force could then educate their colleagues, right? We'd have a knowledge base, and it'd be a continual knowledge base moving forward. This is a big problem. I think that my colleague sitting here at the table did a good job describing some of the issues that are coming up. I really am approaching this problem from an education standpoint, really. I mean, that's where I want to go, is if we were to do this, let's educate some folks, let's educate our colleagues. And at the same time, we bring industry in, we bring in local government, and we allow them to educate each other on some of the issues that are facing each of them, right? There's a lot of moving parts here, and we learned this just during session, that there, there's a lot of ships passing in the night. And if we could solve that problem, that communication and getting everybody on the same page, I think that would go a long way to solving a lot of these issues that Senator Kolb described. And so that's really why I asked that it be put on the agenda. We had talked about it in the Senate, and so that's why it's here. I'm happy to answer any questions, but really that's my prerogative, education.
Thank you, Senators. Just one quick question from me. Do you foresee this as bringing legislation? Senator Kolb, do you see the pursuit of answering some of this? Because we had, I think, 9 or potentially 10 bills last year on gambling, and none of them actually survived. So what do you see the emphasis or the impetus of, or the direction of this task force if it comes to fruition?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do. That would be my goal after education and collaboration with the different players involved, that we would end up with a product that would be acceptable to both House and Senate, frankly, to get a bill passed and give it to the governor and put it on his desk. That would be the optimal goal. Now, how big of a bite of an apple do we take? I mean, that's really another question if this goes forward. I think we have to be aware, or I certainly am, that we've got to try to do what's possible. We have to lift as much as we can lift and get something out that both sides agree with, and then we can move this legislation forward and at least debate it. I think those would be the goals that I have in mind. But of course, the first, like Senator Craig was speaking about, it is education. It's bringing the different people together that you can bounce off questions and then come up with legislation that reflect a real path forward that actually solves the problem, and not get bogged down with a committee of a lot of folks. So to keep it light, keep it lean, keep it effective. I think those are the goals, and also have and optimally, sure, have it. I would certainly like to see something come out of this at the end. Now, I can't guarantee a timeline. I don't know, if it's going to take 4 meetings, 6 meetings. I don't know, but I do know we have to start on it today. That's my belief, and I speak from my heart. I speak that this is an issue that as soon as we have to start tackling it as soon as we can, and if we don't, we get further behind. So I hope that answered the question.
It did. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Any other discussion? Representative Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Kolb, TRW has on their list of priorities for the interim, their number 5 topic is gambling and lottery. One of our responsibilities is to avoid duplication of efforts between the different committees for the interim. So what is your recommendation with them taking a topic similar to what you're proposing as your task force? What do you think this committee ought to do?
Senator Kolb.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Heiner, I think this committee ought to make a decision on where they think it fits best. I think that we certainly, and this is no swipe on any committee. I think that everyone tries to do the best they can as a committee. I think the topic is so large, it frankly is overwhelming. I say this in a way that a lot of bills have come out of the TRW committee, and they've tried a lot of things, and it's not a negative comment, really. It's about just the size of the issue. So my personal opinion is it's best fit in the task force, and not because I love task forces. Frankly, I don't. But I think in this particular case, what the heck are we going to do, Representative? What are we going to do? And I see this as our best path forward. And I say this from looking at this for a while and talking to my colleagues and other folks and looking at it and go, what can we do? What's going to be effective? I suppose I'm a person who wants something to come at the end of this that's going to work. And if it hasn't worked in another committee, I guess I'm a student of history, and I'm like, well, don't repeat myself because it didn't work. I want to move on and try something else. This is no 100% guarantee, Chairman, Representative Heiner, but it is a guarantee that people will work hard to get an answer. And I think it's best suited in the task force.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Carrigo, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just, I guess, going back a little bit in time and listening to what the chairman of TRW said, which was that they have the ability to take it up, which I know they do. That's a great committee, but they don't have the time to take it up, especially after we cut down their cut down their meeting days from 6 to 4, and they said if, you know, the chairman specifically said if we want to give him 6 or 8 more days, he's happy to do a good job and do, I think, what we all think needs to be done on this particular topic, but that's probably not going to happen. And I'm guessing when they come back to us with their revised topic list, in fact, he said that will no longer be on their revised topic list. So the question is where, you know, do we want to give them the extra days and assign it back to that committee as a home committee? That's up to management council to decide, or do we want to go a different route and try something different to see if we can't actually get this ball moving down the court and find some solutions for the state of Wyoming? Because if we don't, every day we're getting further and further behind, and the problem's getting bigger and we're getting further behind. And so I think that's the question the council has to answer.
Follow-up? Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. What is your if we do assign this and create this task force and delete that from TRW, what is your proposed budget that you're asking for this task force?
Senator?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have a specific budget in mind. I think that would be, I think this committee, this council could decide how many meeting days, and we would base it on how many meeting days we needed. You know, if we're going to treat it the same as everybody else, that's 4. We can ask our good director approximately what that's going to cost. It's going to depend on how many people we decide to put on the task force, how many members from each body, and what that looks like. And, you know, there's lots of options there, which we haven't worked out the specifics. Mostly I wanted, and I think Senator Kolb, we wanted to get this in front of the council to start moving the decision process forward. Do we have to have that decision made today? Probably not, but as far as what it looks like, I don't have the specifics, Mr. Chairman, Representative Heiner. I don't. I just wanted to get the topic in front of all of you.
Thank you. Senator Salazar, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I commend you for being willing to take this on, because I think I also saw, at least in our chamber, a reluctance because many of us are not familiar with this topic to the extent that we should. Secondly, I totally agree with you that this is, because we're losing the grasp of this issue. Would you agree with me, though, that 3 1-hour or 3 days in a given year is going to solve the problem of educating and coming to grips with this issue? And I guess the other question I have is, I see this almost as a biennium related issue. I think the product we get is going to be determined by the investment that we give to this issue. It's quite clear that many of us are not familiar with this issue. And as you said, Senator Kolb, there's literally billions of dollars involved in this. Maybe you can address that.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Senator Salazar, it is going to be an ongoing process. I mean, I will assure, though, this management council that money will not be wasted. If there's, you know, if it gets concluded, say, a legislative education, and then a product comes out of it as a bill draft, and the goal was to deal with local control first, then that will be the amount of meetings that are needed. I mean, I don't know. I can't predict the future. I think I can say this: we have a bill draft to work from. We have a skeleton to build upon. I think that's a fact. But I, for one, would never be in favor of wasting any money, the taxpayers' money or this council's time. So I think the product's going to take time to develop, and I think stages is probably a good way of handling it, where we can do something that's effective and have product that comes out that can be discussed and debated and voted upon. So whether it's 4 days or 6 days in a meeting, I think that, you know, the initial thought maybe keep it small as possible. So frankly, we increase effectiveness and minimize cost, but yet listen to people in the industry and take in information to get to the point where we have something that works for everybody. So I think it is going to be an ongoing process, just because the lift involved in the size and breadth of this issue is so large. And frankly, we're playing catch up. And the sooner we start catching up, the better off we're going to be. So thank you for the chance to comment.
Follow up? Good. Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Cole, appreciate you being here, but I just asked myself, you know, we haven't seen a lot of personal bills brought saying, okay, this is a problem that my constituents are telling me about. We had 850 some bills this last session, and I recall in appropriations where they were working on this issue, you know, they had a lot of expert testimony. They said things like the state of Wyoming doesn't have any kind of money laundering statutes whatsoever, so we have to rely on federal statutes to prosecute those. So there's been suggestions, and yet legislators haven't taken that up. And then I guess I would ask about the issue of the fact that it is a huge industry, as you say, and it's growing. And so are they not self-regulating themselves to some extent? Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to grow.
Mr. Chairman, if I can.
Senator, another comment.
There was an anti-money laundering bill based on the recommendation of the hired consultants to evaluate our laws, where they identified the number one concern facing the state of Wyoming was actually that we failed to have an anti-money laundering statute. Recognizing that the Appropriations Committee and that task force was going to be challenged in the coming session, I chose to take that up as an individual bill. It passed the Senate, it passed the House Committee, and it failed when the House adjourned for the evening. It was the next bill up on the list. And so it was an individual priority and that had passed all the way through to the House. And so we currently do not have an anti-money laundering statute, despite the fact it's a $3 billion annual industry.
Senator.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Bear, to your question, no, not really. The money it takes to get into this is very low. I mean, really low. So you'd think, and if you let businesses run their course, that you would have winners and losers. We haven't hit that yet. I can tell you that Sweetwater County has the highest per capita per HHR machine that there is in the state of Wyoming. The problem goes back to local control, and we and our folks locally can't really restrict it. If you follow the zoning and you follow basically the same criteria as the last person who had a application in for a permit, you pretty well have to give them the permit. That's the way it's working. So to answer your question is, no, I don't believe so. I really don't think that's happened yet. I think we have a choice if we want to go with historical horse racing or we want to go with live horse racing. There's a lot of things here. And to the point that it wasn't in front of appropriations, once again, all those things really pretty well failed for many reasons, but they didn't work. That's why I think that this task force idea, is justified because of the past. Once again, I don't want to repeat the past. I like, in my life, I try to be successful. And I think this is our best path forward. That's my belief, my true, honest belief, that this is our best vehicle to get somewhere. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Harrelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my first 2 years were TRW. And so I got a little bit of that baptism of the Gaming Commission and this conversation. And then what I find is this continually bounces. Like this is like the orphan in the legislature. No one really wants this product to be in their committee. I think there's a number of reasons why, because it is so vast and so big. The other thing is this, it's out of control. I mean, we've let the Campbell's nose under the edge of the tent, and here it comes. And so I do believe that addressing this needs to happen. The other thing is this, we as Management Council have to find a home for this, and we have to find someone willing to saddle up to long-term conversations in the realm of the gaming industry. Because they will continue to come up with new ways of bringing it in. Honestly, the money is not my concern. More it's, I get to deal with it on the other side. I get to deal with it on the broken homes. I get to deal with it on the broken people. And why this won't self-regulate itself is because it's an industry that will continue to consume people. The byproduct of this industry is people. And you can say it's entertainment, and I understand that there are some people who are like, oh, they're gonna definitely disagree with me on this. And there is an entertainment aspect to it and some of the things, but there's other parts to this that it's very addictive, and we're seeing that take place. And so as long as the money flows, the industry will continue to feed. And I think that's where we're at. I think the industry's feeding, the money's flowing. And I think there are definitely gonna be byproducts we're gonna have to be very careful of. And with this, I believe some things are gonna have to be addressed. So is the task force the answer? Maybe so. The truth is, I mean, we could ask any chairman in the room want to take up this in the interim. I mean, I don't think anyone's gonna jump up and say, sign me up. It gets bounced around from revenue to approps to TRW. Honestly, this year, whenever I was sitting in approps and saw the gaming industry bills come before the last appropriations committee, I was like, why in the world are they here? They're supposed to be in TRW. And then I realized they'd played musical chairs. So I think that we need, I mean, I agree with this, and I think that something needs to be done. Is the task force the answer? I don't know. I guess I can't answer that. But I will say this, someone needs to be willing to saddle up and have a deep dive on this conversation to the point where we can come up with a solution with the industry, with the House, with the Senate, with the governor, and just have a real conversation so we can maybe fix something. And I'm not interested in being on the task force or the committee.
Thank you for that. Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, yeah, this is needed. We've, you know, in my mind, going back, the backstory here, I enlisted these two gentlemen during session because I realized we had a major problem going on. We had a seemingly innocuous House bill come over, and I've never seen such sane, rational people become so insane and irrational over a gambling bill. Friends of mine. And I'm like, okay, pump the brakes. I mean, you know, your initial reaction is, if this many people are this hot and upset and just crazy over a bill, we've got to spend some time and look at this. And, you know, part of it's my fault. As I've been in the legislature, I've always been opposed to gambling. I knew this was going to happen. I knew this is where we would end up. It was going to get out of control. But I ignored it because I didn't have any interest in it. It's not my thing. I didn't want to do it. And so we just kind of ignored it for years. Here we are with this major mess that we've got to clean up. None of the committees want this. Nobody wants this. Not a single committee has come to us and said, we want gaming as our home to be our home committee. So I'm looking at this list of select committees that we already have. Legislative facilities, cap finance, school facilities, school finance, tribal relations, select water. Those are all important issues, but they're not multi-billion-dollar industries in the state of Wyoming that are completely unregulated with a convoluted set of, there's no legal structure. We're not taxing it correctly. The churn is over $1 billion and we're getting pennies for what Representative Harrelson's talking about, the social destruction that's happening. So yes, we got to get a handle on it. What I see with this task force is, like Senator Crago says, we need information and we need facts before we can even begin to start to get to the bottom of this thing. That gets us to the budget session. So hopefully we'll have all the information. We put these two gentlemen in charge of getting us factual information from all the players, all the stakeholders. Present it back, give us the recommendations. My vision is, since there's not going to be a home committee, that eventually come February, we're going to have to pass a bill to establish a select committee on gambling or gaming, or whatever you want to call it. So the lottery has a home, the horse racing, if it's still even a thing anymore. This whole thing came about with horse racing. Nobody talks about horse racing. We're talking about slot machines on every corner in Cheyenne. We're talking about slot machines and nobody wants in their communities, but they're not zoning them out. We've got to get a handle on this. So I think this bridges us to next session where they can get to work through the interim and get us facts, get us the information so we can make informed decisions. When we come back, we're probably going to have to, Mr. Chairman, pass a bill to create another select committee just for gaming. My 2 cents. So on and for this task force.
Thank you, Senator. Other discussion? Just want to opine? Senator, she drew a breath. Nope, okay. I agree. Well, I mean, we're going to have to do some. I have real reservations about task force, some of the task force I've seen with 20-some members on them, and they've accomplished virtually nothing. When I first heard task force, that's the first thought in my mind is, okay, let's just waste a summer. Anyway, go ahead. You can interrupt. That's fine. Director Olbrich.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I think maybe we just need to get on the same page with terminology here. While we're referring to what the senators are proposing as a task force, I think what they really mean is a select committee. And the distinguishing factor between the two is a select committee is simply made up of legislators. A task force would be made up of legislators and non-legislators. A task force, by its very nature, cannot sponsor legislation. It can have it drafted and then have another committee sponsor it. And actually, a select committee that's created by management council also likely cannot sponsor legislation either. It'll have to probably bring it back to management council for sponsorship or another committee that council directs. So just wanted maybe to provide that background as we move forward in this discussion.
Very good. Yep.
Director, it is my understanding that a select committee can only be formed by a statute, correct? Like an act of the legislature, not management council. Can management council create a select committee?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, management council can create a select committee, but what it cannot do is give that select committee the ability to sponsor legislation for introduction at the session.
So they would have to work through another standing committee then. Okay.
Or this body.
Okay. You know, and that's, I guess, to continue on and briefly is, while I fully support what you're doing, and I think it's necessary, in my part of the country up there, we don't hear a lot about this. So it's not been around the front. And I would agree with Senator Beitman. Full disclosure, on the view, I hate gambling. I gamble for a living in ranching. But what the people, I do it because that's what I do. My issue is, and I think that's something that's going to have to be taken care of in this, and I think it's a reality. The folks that can afford to do this the least are the first ones that do it. And the social implications of this, as I've talked to legislators from South Dakota that I'm over near, don't worry about Deadwood. We're talking about far extending implications of the video gambling and all the different things that can go on. And folks, he said the social implications in their state, he said they're wrestling with it right now. And he said they don't know if they can even get on top of it. And he said it's not good. You've got to control it. He said because it'll ruin you. He said you'll never make enough money to compensate for the costs. And so if you think you're going to turn this into a revenue generator, he said, just get ready to start counting the cost of the social implications and the cost of your different departments, services, families, schools, education, healthcare, all of it, law enforcement, everything. So I do know that this is an extremely important issue that must be dealt with. So there's no question about that. So I would support that, I know. That was my concern, is that this was going to be a task force, and I didn't quite know where it was going to head. Mr. Vice President.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I'd like to throw out a motion so we can start this process. My motion is that this management council start or create the select committee on gaming, and that it would be comprised of 3 members from each chamber, and that it would go into the very issues that these 2 senators have been talking to us about over the last 20 minutes. That's my motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. Director Olbrich.
Mr. Chairman, good motion. One thing to add to it is that the presiding officers can name the co-chairman.
And I would like that to be a part of my motion.
Okay.
And Mr. Chairman, I don't think it needs to be part of the motion, but the LSO will also staff that select committee.
Okay. And again, Mr. Speaker, it will be called the Select Committee on Gaming, which comprises.
Select Committee on Gaming. Yep. Duly noted. Any discussion? It's been moved and properly seconded. Discussion. Senator McCragle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do we need to address funding for that, Director?
Mr. Chairman, Senator, that's baked into the motion. You know, maybe what would be good is just, how many times do you want them to meet? Or do you want to give them the discretion to meet? Do you want them to meet once, maybe come back to council with the proposal for the rest of the session? That would be something to discuss.
Mr. Speaker, I guess I would, my preference would be that they meet as all other committees under the previous 4 days. So,
Structured like all other select committees are under.
yes. with
Second
the
on
change.
that.
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Harold.
if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman, this was something we played around a little bit with that first 2 years. I don't know if 4 days will be enough. Like, I'm just being honest. So I think 4 days would be a great start with the opportunity to ask for more, because this is probably going to be the reality of this conversation.
We can vote.
Yeah.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, it's been moved and properly seconded, so all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Motion has been adopted, accepted.
Mr. Chairman, if I can, just
Senator
for
Nethercott.
these two senators and for potential representatives who may be on there, and for the public's point of view, I'm curious to hear what Representative Haraldson thinks those committee meetings would look like as a result of being on TRW, why there may need to be more, because these senators and the potential representatives will be on that, and so they can start crafting agendas for what that may look like based on maybe your guidance that you've just indicated. And then as a reminder, since this committee cannot sponsor legislation, the timing of those committee dates will need to be earlier in the year so that you can present them to standing committees later in the year for their adoption of your work. LSO can guide that, but I would just be mindful of that as you schedule those meetings soon. Thank you.
Representative Haroldson, would you like to speak to that?
Thing, Mr. Chairman. So the reason I say that is because this is not one conversation. So we have historic horse racing and off-track betting. That's a conversation. That was originally, off-track betting was to help support historic horse racing, which really at the end of the day, there's an entertainment value to, and I can see some value in that, right? Okay, well, that was the decision they made. Well, then we see skills-based gaming. And then we see online gambling or online betting. And then we see the video game-based gambling situation. And then we see, and it's just, so it's not one conversation that we have to have here. It's like, okay, how do we deal with this? And so then there's the problem that we're seeing that when we open that door, and I see the chairman shaking his head back there. I remember those conversations. You open that door, okay, well, now we got to clean that closet. And so that's not one closet, that's 4 closets, that's 5 closets, and what other things are actually, because of the digital world, what things are actually taking place that aren't legal, but are happening? And then what does it look like to possibly regulate that? And so there's just a lot of conversation here, and there's a lot of entities that are gonna wanna have a say in that conversation. And the truth be told, we let it in. Whether we like it or not, we let it in. And so now we have to have the conversation, because at that moment, we probably did one of our failures, and that was, well, we can promulgate rules. Well, the promulgation of rules sometimes doesn't exactly serve us how we felt it should have served us, I feel. And so I think that really when we talk about why is it gonna take so many, because I believe you're gonna have 2-3 meetings just discussing one aspect of this, and there might be 4, 5, 6 aspects. And the truth be told, there's probably people in the room that could tell me 4 or 5 more aspects that I don't even know about, because that was 2 years ago when I kind of got my feet wet on it. And now we're back in this place of going, hey, they're continuing to dream up more ways of making this a reality. And so as a legislator, I struggle with this. As a pastor, I really struggle with this. And I think that absolutely, so I think that there's a broad swath that's gonna have to be taken, and it's gonna take a lot of time.
That pretty much in a nutshell. Thank you, Representative Senator Craigle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think Representative Haraldson's exactly right. And I think, the president spoke about this just a little bit ago, that this might be a 2-year process, right? The first year might just be educating ourselves. And the worst thing I think we can do is to jump at the end of this first interim, jump in and say we have to do legislation. I mean, I don't think we should have that expectation. I think we may get there. I'm not saying we won't, but I think the first goal is, to Representative Haraldson's point, and I think to the president's point, get our arms wrapped around it, at least start getting our arms wrapped around it. We maybe can't even do that in 4 days. I believe that's probably true, but I don't think we should go into it with the expectation that we're going to bring out more legislation that isn't going to go anywhere, because we didn't spend enough time learning the topic and figuring out all the issues that need to be dealt with in that particular legislation. So that's, that was my whole point at the beginning. Let's start with education, and maybe 4 days isn't enough. And if we get to the end of 4 days, we can come back to you and ask for more and say, hey, we're really making headway here. We're learning a lot. Let's not slow this down. Let's ask for another day or two and have another meeting. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Greco. Representative Harrelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, I'm going to just say one more thing. And one thing we need to understand is there are some operators in this state that are very much above board and wanting this. That is the truth. They're saying, hey, help us here. And there are other operators, some of which are in the state, a lot of which are not in this state, that are very much opposed to this conversation. And I think that's what we need to understand is I think that even some parts of this industry, from what I can tell, are being run over by this landslide. And so we got to keep that in mind too, that when we're mowing this field, we need to make sure that we're not cutting down the trees that are growing out there too. So, and those are just all conversations that are going to have to be had.
Thank you, Representative. Any other discussion? Thank you, Senator Colton. Just gave me another job. Now I got to go pick more people. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, going back on our order now.
Mr. Chairman.
Director Olbrich, please.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, just by way of background, right before beginning of the legislative session, I was approached by an attorney for an advocacy group, and he was complaining that his client's emails were being sent to legislators' quarantine or junk folders. And so I worked with him in our IT department to get emails from that domain name cleared to be delivered to legislators' inboxes. Then this attorney came back with another list of domain names that he wanted to be cleared. We worked on those as well. And then he requested that we create a list of all domain names that are being quarantined or sent to legislators' junk folders and have that posted on the website. That was a bridge further than I felt comfortable going without Management Council's approval. But when we dug into this issue, we found that the standard Microsoft spam filter that we had been using on our email was potentially inadvertently catching more emails than what was intended. And so we've been reviewing what has been going to the spam or quarantine folders and releasing those. And I think it's now resulted in an incredible amount of emails going to all of your inboxes and not the spam or quarantine folder. Well, there is a Management Council policy that handles legislator emails. And I've reached a point here where I don't feel comfortable at this point in time making these decisions for legislators internally to LSO without guidance from Management Council. And this is a big and it's kind of a complicated issue that not only involves technology, but also involves some legal aspects as well. And I think it really would benefit from a subcommittee of Management Council being created, 3 members from each house, to look at this issue over the interim and come back with council on an update to the Management Council legislator email policy, which hasn't been updated since 1997, and take public testimony, hear from legislators on what they would want that to look like, and then the legislature and council can form this policy and guide us on what you want to do moving forward.
1997? Really?
It's
No.
mainly about how you'll pay $30 for internet access, Mr. Chairman, and how members can get internet access. So
My phone's outdated in a year, so I don't, yeah. So
Mr.
anyway,
Chairman.
discussion. Senator
Chairman.
Knethicott.
I always take the advice of our legal counsel and their direction, so I do think that we should create a subcommittee. But curious, Director, who is that attorney making those requests?
Mr. Chairman, it was Drake Hill retained by a group called Honor Wyoming.
Follow-up? None?
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Yen.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Matt. There's also, I mean, looking at this, at the memo, there's also a security aspect of lowering the filtering. Is that correct? Because we are a target, essentially.
Director Obert.
Mr. Chairman, that is absolutely a potential. If we continue to lower our security levels, then we open ourselves up to the potential for more malicious attacks. And that was one argument I made. And Mr. Chairman, I mean, and I don't want to say this blanketly, but a lot of these emails you're receiving, Microsoft considers them spam. Yeah, I mean, so I think, that could be one thing that gets worked into a new policy is guidance to constituents. If you want emails to be delivered to inboxes, what should those email features look like?
Thank you, Director. Representative Baer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am not opposed to looking at this issue further and helping to give guidance to our staff. But I would like to propose that we still move forward with the reporting where anyone, a legislator or the public, could see where anything that is being quarantined, just so we can be transparent. And I would say this is something we could probably move forward with this body right now, just being transparent. It was in a House bill draft that did not move forward, but I would just propose exactly the language that is on page 2 of House Bill 338, which just prescribes reporting and making it public which domain names are being quarantined.
Is that a form of a motion?
I move that.
It's moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Been seconded. Discussion?
Mr.
Chairman.
Senator Endicott.
Cybersecurity. So let's start with kind of the special and unique nature of legislators' email accounts. We heard testimony this morning from a member of the Press Association about wanting to make our emails potentially subject to the Public Records Act. There's a lot of rationale and wisdom and policy nationwide against that. One of those reasons has to do with the ability of our constituents to speak freely to us. Fundamental that employees of state government, that employees across the state, that people across the state can report to us issues concerning sexual assault, whistleblower issues, every imaginable scenario in our state that can be affected, and to know that that email isn't going to be turned over in a Public Records Act. That helps ensure responsible government oversight, a purpose of the legislature. So I support our emails not being subject to the Public Records Act as a result of that fundamental duty. And that's a hard balance to strike, but I do think with my experience on both sides of that issue, that the confidentiality of our email communications and being able to hear candidly from our constituents overrides that. So here we have an ability to potentially backdoor, and we have a member of this council who has more experience on this, to backdoor through cyber technology and information associated with how our email accounts are protected from bad actors. And we are creating a bill without the requisite subject matter expertise associated with how that could make our emails more vulnerable and jeopardize, I would say, the confidentiality of those email communications to those bad actors. I think that's bad practice. I think it jeopardizes our entire IT system, our security. And it's also not a consistent thing to put into policy or statement, which is Microsoft has an hopefully ever moving target of how they filter phishing, scams, and other email scams. So I think this is really dangerous. I think it's dangerous to the state. I think it's dangerous to our constituents. And I'm a solid no vote.
Thank you. Further discussion. Representative Yen.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So the concern is let's say we told the sheriff's department to put out a list of everything that they look for when they're looking for bad behavior. That's essentially what we're asking to be published right now. I think that's a way to tell the folks who commit bad behavior how to get around the entire filtering system that we have. So that is fundamentally a security risk. And if it's the chairman's prerogative, I'd like to bring up, because we have the motion on the table, I'd like to bring up LSO IT to have a little bit of expertise to talk about what the risk is to publishing the list right now.
Absolutely. I would appreciate that information and input. We are looking for that right now. Do we have somebody here from our IT department that can give us some? Jamie?
Mr. Chairman, yep, Jamie can come up. There he is back there. I see him running up here right now.
He wasn't exactly leaping to the front of the room, so I didn't want to
He's collecting himself.
pull the director card on the gentleman, but anyway. Yeah, no, I think it would be good for us to hear from your perspective exactly what the implications are of this before a decision is made. Mr. Sarah, Mr. Schwab, LSO staff, introduce yourselves after I've already done it, and then.
Hi, Mr. Chairman,
Fill us
Jamie
in.
Schaub, LSO, IT. This came before us at the beginning of session, and we actively worked on this and actively assisted legislators in releasing emails to their inbox without any of these kind of notifications going on. And legislators receive these emails within hours or whatever of them receiving it. If you didn't have the proactive thing of what we're doing after it goes to the security, the legislators might not have even seen those emails or whatever, because what would we do at the time when we're releasing, say, the domain names? And it's not even domain names, it's addresses. So like if jacksmith@gmail.com sends you an email, that's all of a sudden going to show up on this list. It's not going to be just Gmail. And what you have in this situation is, like what Director Obrecht stated, is Microsoft, through their algorithms, see a lot of your email as spam. And there is a reason why. And that's because some of these advocacy groups will send out an email that'll blast all 60 of you or all 90 of you with the exact same content. It's not really any different than an advertising or marketing company. Or you could potentially have a person sending a little bit, or you get the same email as a legislator, but it's from 25 different people, but it's the exact same content within it. So there's a reason why it's getting quarantined. I think what we're looking for is the guidance of how to do it. Because personally, from a security perspective, I think that you're opening things up when we start customizing the security rules about, okay, well, we could allow this, we're gonna have to quarantine this, and us making a decision who are not security experts and just trusting what Microsoft has done with their spam filters.
Thank you, Jamie.
Mr. Chairman, I think
Anthony.
the other thing to note here is that, you are receiving everything. It's just a matter of how you're receiving it, and there's 3 ways that you're receiving it. The email's either coming through your inbox, just like a regular email. It's coming into your junk folder, which you can view over there on the left, or it's coming through in a quarantine email, which you also receive in your inbox within 4 hours of it being received, and then you're able to release that if you so choose to. So I think it's really important to note here that nothing is being blocked, nothing's being prevented from getting to you. It's just how you're managing your inbox and those 3 ways of how to receive those emails.
Representative Harrelson, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So let me ask this question and make sure I'm clear on the motion that we have before us. So what you're saying is something that goes into that quarantine email conversation, those email addresses would then be published. Am I getting that correct? Then I'll ask the question, are we at that point are we breaching any privacy by putting someone's personal emails onto our site? I mean, because that's my concern of putting my personal email or your personal email or a constituent's personal email on that site, even though we're giving them the opportunity to see that it's being quarantined. Are we inadvertently possibly breaching something?
Staff?
Yeah,
Matt?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Haroldson, that is one of the issues I'd want the subcommittee to look at. And what can we do to ensure we're not violating someone's First Amendment rights by publishing their name and their email address on our website? And I think there's steps we can take to safeguard that and to let people know that, that's a possibility. If you email your legislator, it could end up on a public list. But we'd want to look at that first and be able to advise you on that.
Further discussion? Representative Bear?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I don't think we're doing anything to put ourselves at risk by putting a list of names that have sent emails to us and have been blocked. That does not give a roadmap as to how we block them. It's just making it public. Now, I do think that there's things that could be done, and we could adjust this motion to do so, where we, as in banks do and other outfits do with your checking account number or your social security number, and that we can block out portions of it. But enough would be illustrated that somebody could say, well, my emails look like they're being blocked. I'd like to get a hold of the state and find out. This is about transparency. And so this is not about creating some new way to infiltrate our system. We're using Microsoft. It's a pretty common program. So anybody that's really wanting to try to defeat that already probably has the different levels of protection or some way to figure out those ways of protection. All we're doing is saying this is what our Microsoft settings have filtered out and giving people an opportunity to respond to that.
Senator Grew, got to get you guys all straight.
That's okay. I used to be a member of the House, and I'm proud of it.
Thank you.
But I'm also proud of the fact that, and I just want to say this first, and then I'll go to my question, but anyone who's ever said the words, government doesn't work for me, government doesn't do, all these waste, fraud, and abuse, all this crap I hear about government all the time. One phone call to one member of our staff has initiated this. One phone call. I just think talk about responsive, more responsive than I would have been, frankly. I just heard the testimony from these learned professionals that every email that's come to me has gotten to me. It's either gotten to me in my inbox, in my spam folder, or in my quarantine box, where I can look at it. I can decide as an adult which ones I want to hit release or delete or what. So I don't, personally, I don't think I think we're trying to invent a problem that doesn't exist. First of all, and so am I missing something here? I hear words like, I want to know what's being blocked. What I heard is nothing is being blocked. And so I'm getting all the information that I want. And as a matter of fact, if I had my druthers, you'd be cranking down that spam filter by a factor of 10 over what I'm getting right now. I'd have a lot more in the quarantine than I'm getting, but I understand that. So I'm missing something here, missing something fundamental, that we're getting blocked, denied. I hear denied access, blocked. First of all, that's not true. Correct? I'll ask that one first.
Verbally answer.
Elliso.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Grew, that is correct. None of the emails from the session ever got blocked. Basically, they either went to a quarantine folder, which all members were able to release to go to their inbox, and they did get notification, or they went to their junk folder where they could view it within their folder structure of Outlook or their inbox. Those were the three places they were all delivered to. And all members, by reviewing their mailbox or whatever within Outlook, would have received notification on these emails, and they were not blocked.
Thank you, Jamie. Any other? Representative Bear?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the point is pretty clear. I mean, there's a reason there's a junk folder, and there's a reason it's inside of a quarantined email. And it is to restrict our ability to get to it, or our vision of it right off the bat. And that is exactly what these organizations are trying to circumvent. They'd like to be able to have their emails seen. They'd like their constituents to be heard. And putting any kind of block between us and them is a restriction that we're trying to deal with.
Director Obrecht was asking a question first, right? Oh, you're good? Okay.
Okay. To respond to that, Mr. Chairman, if you want your email to be seen, send me an email, or an original email from your email address, problem solved. We're talking about spam, right? Spam means a bulk email sent unsolicited. That's the definition of spam, correct? Correct. Okay, so we have spam filters to filter out spam. But it's not being blocked. I'm looking at my junk filter or spam filter right now. It's full of emails with the exact same contact or info at blankactionalerts.org. And there's hundreds of them. And they all say the exact same thing. You've read one, you've read them all, so then you can read one and delete the rest. That's spam. The system's working. The quarantine, I check periodically. Sometimes actual emails from actual constituents get caught up in quarantine. Hit release, mark as safe, problem solved. There is no problem here, people. So I'm on and against this for that reason, because we've got the tools we need to make sure everybody's being heard, but to the point that we want to make sure somebody's getting through that needs to get through. If you want to get through, pick up the phone and call me, number one, text me, number two, or email me from your actual email address, and I guarantee you'll get through.
Thank you, Senator.
President Biteman,
Yep.
Chairman Newman, just for a
Mr.
little
Sarah.
bit of history on that as well, because it kind of touches on what you mentioned. And this goes back many years, really, with our old website, which I don't know how long we've had our new website now, but we used to provide a Excel spreadsheet on our website where people could actually create their own mail merge. This body council elected many years ago to no longer put that on the website, and one reason is for this very reason, is that it was creating these blast emails that Microsoft was flagging as spam. So to President Biteman's point, really the best way for a constituent to get an email through is to send one email to one person, rather than trying to blast all 93. That's kind of the tips that we provide to folks if they ask, and a lot of people don't like that because it does take time to email, if you want to email everybody, 93 individuals, but there is a reason for that, and there is a reason that we no longer provide that spreadsheet on the website. So that's just a little bit of background and history that probably goes back maybe 10 years.
Any other discussion? Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just like to say one last thing. We can call things spam because it looks the same, but there are many of these organizations that are attempting to make it easier for constituents. They're informing them of an issue, and then they're gathering their information and helping them get word to us. And it may look like spam to us, but there are individuals behind each of those messages that have stated to those organizations that, yes, I want this to change. And it's important that we hear that. Would I like to have individual emails drafted? Yeah, I'd like to draft individual emails back to respond to all those people too. But I don't always get what I want. But what I would like is more public participation. And I don't want to put any kind of barriers up to that. And I consider this a barrier.
Thank you, Representative Bear. Senator Nethercutt.
I appreciate the red herring that is being presented here. But what we have heard unequivocally, despite the persistent allegations to the contrary, nothing is being blocked. We're receiving all emails from all constituents. Fact. What the question we're not addressing is, why does an advocacy group want a list of the emails I'm receiving? And they want that published. which is what the request is actually for. It isn't to fix our spam protocol with Microsoft. The request that's causing the consternation is, we want to see all the emails that you've been sent from all these constituents that have been potentially put into a quarantine folder. Now, why would they want that information? That requires the inquiry. Not clearly that Management Council and the Legislature needs further IT cybersecurity training, which is clearly evident, but that's the issue I think we're here today for.
Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't think it's good for us to try to prescribe what the motivation is as to why they would want it, but I do think that it's pretty clear that a list that might have your name on it would make it pretty obvious that you'd like to contact LSO and get your name off of that list so that your representative or your senator can receive your emails. That's pretty much exactly what was being requested. I think I'm going to take it on face value.
Mr. Vice President.
Yeah, can I call a question?
Certainly call the question. Question being called. All those in favor of motion? What is the motion? If we could please, do we have the motion, Bill? Because we've been chatting about this for a little bit, just so that we have some clarification. What is the motion? Would you reiterate it?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Simply the motion was to make it policy for LSO to report as is listed on page 2 of House Bill 338, Section B, I believe.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. Motion has not been adopted. Further discussion. Thank you, LSO. Mr. Sarah, Mr. Schwab, appreciate your input. Thank you for that.
Mr. Chairman?
Representative Yen.
Did we actually task anyone to take a look at this email policy?
We're headed that direction. We're getting ready to talk about a subcommittee.
Mr. Chairman, I think the other thing that needs to be discussed in a subcommittee is, you know, you don't have any personal staff, and you only have one email address, and you have to conduct your state business on that email address and use it to get constituent emails as well. And how can we make that manageable within the structure of the Wyoming legislature, and given the parameters of no personal staff, one public-facing email to do all your state business? And that really is what this subcommittee will do most of its work on. How do we figure that out?
Any further discussion in regards to the subcommittee? Seeing none, entertain a motion. Do we need a motion to correct this subcommittee? We do, don't we?
Yep, Mr. Chairman, that would be great.
Okay.
You know, and I would say 3 members from each house, co-chairman appointed by presiding officers, meet up to 3 days.
Okay. You've heard that idea. Senator Nethercott?
Mr. Chairman, 2 from each side.
Do I hear 1 from each side? Senator Grew, was you prepared to make anything?
Mr. Chairman, I'll be glad to make that motion.
Okay.
Yes.
Motion, second? Seconded by Representative Yen. All, any discussion? In regards to the subcommittee, now you're talking about 3 members from each house, I think, unless, okay.
Yes.
What's that, 2.5? Okay, that'll be that other half, whatever.
3
we're
from the
talking
Senate,
about.
2 from the House.
So all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Motion has been adopted. Okay, subcommittee for going into this and doing a deeper dive into this email issue. Excuse me? I wish you'd speak up a little bit so I could hear you. My ears are over half a century old and it's hard to hear. Okay, next for our consideration, we are moving on to, actually, unless someone else has something, we are moving to other business, believe it or not. Is there anything should properly be discussed? Okay, next, reimbursement requests, American Legislative Exchange Council, ALEC. Senator Larson. Dan Larson?
Yes, Mr.
There
Chairman,
he
can
is,
you hear me?
online. Yes, sir, we can hear you, Senator Larson, online.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Please
for
proceed,
many,
sir.
Thank you. For many years, I've asked for this. I'm a board member of the American Legislative Exchange Council. I've been going to their meetings for quite some time, probably, I don't know, been in the legislature 11 now, so probably 9 years. It's a good organization. I can tell you more about it if you want me to, but my request is that legislators be able to go to this, to their meetings. They have an annual meeting in July, the 16th through the 18th through the Indianapolis, and then their States and Nations Policy Summit in Fort Worth, December 2nd and through the 4th. And I was just going to see if that would be allowed to have legislators go to that. I think you can currently go to at least 2 of other organizations' meetings during the year, and if you don't go to those, I think you should be able to go to ones like this. So that's my request, and I can talk more if you want.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Beitman.
Good afternoon, Senator Larson. Thanks for being here. Thanks for bringing this to our attention. I know I've met legislators from across the country who have a wide variety of options when they get to go on their, we get 2 trips, they get more, but we are limited to just currently CSG and NCSL. A lot of other states do get to go to, that picked at ALEC or whatever else. Do you know how many other states allow this off the top of your head?
Senator Larson?
Mr. Chairman and President Beitman, I am not sure how many other states do this. I think we're one of the few that does not allow it. There's many states, I think, get a stipend of so many thousands of dollars to go to events that they think would help them to be a better legislator and to meet other legislators across the country. I think it's very worthwhile. I think the other organizations are great too, but I prefer this one.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator. Any other discussion? Questions for the good Senator Larson? Representative Yin, please.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Senator Larson, I've during my previous years in Management Council, I've almost universally approved travel requests for legislators, mostly because for twofold reasons. I think that it's important for legislators to get perspectives outside of Wyoming, and I also think it's important for organizations to hear from people in Wyoming. I think I've generally opposed this because it's asking for one new organization that has a particular ideological stance, and we're saying that it gets its own caveat as a free trip for everybody. And so, I like the idea of a stipend where each legislator gets to choose. Would you be opposed to a motion of that situation, or you specifically would like just ALEC to be added to the list of organizations that get free trips?
Senator Larson, please.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Yin, I would rather have a stipend personally. I'd rather Management Council comes up with, say, $5,000, $6,000. You go where you want. I don't know. I think the director probably has better numbers than I do, but I would think that you should be able to go somewhere for $3,000 or $2,500 pretty darn easily.
Okay, further discussion. Other members, please. President Beitman.
Yeah, I don't know, Heather, do you know typically how much we spend on average to send somebody off to CSG or NCSL for a couple of day trips? But shoot, hate to put you on a spot, but if we're gonna go to stipend route, it should be based on, numbers, what the average spend for a legislator to do their 2 trips every year for those 2 organizations would be helpful.
Mr. Chairman, and
Director Obrecht.
While she's looking for that, a few things to consider. And we've gone this route before on constituent reimbursement. It used to be that you had to submit all your receipts to get your constituent reimbursement. And now we do a blanket reimbursement of, you don't have to submit any receipts for that. We could do that for travel expenses. My caution is, while every legislator gets 2 approved trips a year, we don't budget nearly that much money. I mean, I think on average, less than a quarter of the legislature takes all their trips. And so we would need to increase the budget if we're going to do a stipend at least 2 trips a year. The second is, and we haven't been challenged on this on the constituent service allowance, but these are public funds and they really have to be spent for a public service. And if we just provide stipends for any travel, what's the gatekeeping mechanism on that? You know, and again, we haven't been challenged on that on the constituent service allowance. It's de minimis. Travel's a little different potentially. That's all I'm saying, is it might require more thought into what our travel policy looks like than just a stipend to be approved at this meeting.
Thank you, Director. Other discussion, other thoughts? Seeing none, Senator Nethercott.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Kind of having this conversation informally with other members and seeing some changes, new requests for new trips coming up that we've received in the last couple months. And the approaches to those has triggered an additional conversation about what this policy may need to be moving forward. And so I like the idea potentially of going down the road of what Representative Yen mentioned of a potential stipend policy for potentially 1 trip connected to the public service component for a legislative, with the purpose of a legislative development type of component to it. We kind of left our conversations about that. So, you know, ALEC, whereas some people may not agree with its philosophies, its purpose, at least from what I see and from the materials that they present, pretty open and transparent. They welcome all legislators. Its purpose is connected with sharing ideas for state legislators, for state policy making. So on that front, whether or not anyone agrees or disagrees with their philosophies, that is its purpose, and is open to all, as opposed to a very specific advantage for one legislator. You know, so in this context, it's easier for me to go down the road of providing a stipend for ALEC type related activity, because it's so similar to what we already do with NCSL and CSG, recognizing those are bipartisan and apply for everybody, and there's no advocacy associated with the leadership and development for legislators for those organizations. So I'm with Representative Yen. I share the director's concerns and would like to talk about developing that more. I think we also get requests that have to be considered in this for legislators to attend what I think are relevant, you know, conferences for legislators to attend, such as nuclear development and policy and regulation. That isn't necessarily for legislators, but legislators certainly can take advantage and learn a great deal for Wyoming's nuclear energy policy and development, right? So that's just an easy example that I know I think have historically provided some funding for travel associated with legislators in the past to gain additional knowledge on the nuclear front. I think that's important too. But I do think we need probably more appropriate guidance or more direct guidance so that it feels less arbitrary when a request is denied, or how legislators can plan to participate in some of these trips that they may be interested in. So I think we need to spend some time developing that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chairman. And Senator. Representative Yen.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So maybe an idea to throw out here is, instead of a stipend, I think it's appropriate not to just hand out everyone a bunch of money and just say, you can use it for a trip, or maybe you don't end up using it, and we'd have to budget for that, please. That I agree, that requires caution. So maybe the idea would be, we could have an additional management council policy that, with notice to management council airfare and lodging could be reimbursed for a legislator on a trip that is for legislative business.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Larson, please.
thank you. I would also like to include registration if possible on that, because that does add up, but it's your prerogative or for discussion. But I think all expenses definitely have to be shown that they were legit.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Biden.
Would it be appropriate now to make a motion?
It's always appropriate to make a motion.
Okay. I would move that Management Council basically make the American Legislative Exchange Council the same as CSG and NCSL. So we'll have, instead of having two, now we'll have three to pick from for legislators to participate in.
Second motion. Second motion has been moved and properly seconded. Is there any discussion? Representative Bear, please.
It seems to me, just from conversations I've had with ALEC and with these other organizations, that there is a difference. I think we have a membership as a legislative body with the other two, and I don't think that option is even available with ALEC. So I appreciate the motion. I'll probably support the motion because we're trying to make it as close to as possible, but they're not the same. So I don't know if there's any caveats that we need to have in there to make sure that it's equal footing.
That might be a good question for Senator Larson. Senator Larson, do you happen to know if there's any dues or anything associated with ALEC to be able to participate, or how does that work, sir?
Mr. Chairman, there is when you register, if you are a member, you would be a member on your own money. That's $100 a year. I think I've shown that to quite a few of you. 200 for 2 years, I think. It might be 200 for 1 year, I don't know. But you do need to be a member to get a discount on your registration. But the states do not sponsor or are members. It's legislators are the members. I'm sure you'll all want to know that what about industry? Industry is very behind ALEC, and they, I think even like NCSL and that, they have if they want to participate in the policy divisions, they have to pay some dues, just for your knowledge.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Senator. Director Olbrich.
Mr. Chairman, I think that Representative Bear brings up a great point, that your pre-approved meeting travel under your Management Council travel policy right now are only to those organizations in which we're dues paying members. NCSL, CSG, Energy Council, and the Education Commission of the states, and the State Legislative Leadership Foundation, and that's limited to members of House and Senate leadership. In fact, Energy Council is only limited to those members who are appointed by the presiding officers. I would just caution, if you add one group like this to that list, where does it stop? I mean, what makes this group more effective, productive than any other group that has legislators as members? And I think that, you know, what has worked well in the past is if members come to council with these additional requests, council has approved them in a large portion. Now, they haven't approved those in the past to ALEC, but there wasn't any reason besides that was the desire of council not to approve those at the time. Doesn't mean this council couldn't approve those. So I would just caution, if you start adding one group, I think you're going to get petitioned to add a lot more groups.
Thank you, Director. Just one curiosity question, and Director, you can probably answer this, or Heather. What do we currently pay as dues to NCSL and CSG? And how many members, is there any idea of how many legislators actually participate? And what is that, hate to do this, but what is the basic cost per member that we're paying for those that are actually participating and utilizing it?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and Heather can get the exact numbers for you, but we're paying I think between $150,000 and $200,000 a year to NCSL, and we're paying between $100,000 and $125,000 a year to CSG, is what I believe is right. And also, you know, both those organizations offer quite a few scholarships to members and to staff to attend their trainings that are also taken up. And now how our dues are actually determined in those organizations is by a percentage of our total state budget. So we pay the least dues of any of the 50 states to both of those organizations because we've got the smallest budget of any other state.
Follow-up would be, any other idea of how many legislators take advantage of this opportunity? I mean, not only that any NCSL and CSG provide information and literature and things like that, they're available to all legislators, but how many folks are participating in the trips and things like that that is being offered?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Heather would have to get that information compiled. She doesn't have it readily available. And
I'm sorry, that's total?
21 was from last year.
That's between both organizations?
Yes. 21 legislators attended either CSG, Energy Council, or NCSL.
Mr. Chairman.
Wow. Mr. President.
So if we're paying over 200,000 in dues every year and only 21 members are taking advantage of it, it pencils out to about 9,500 per 21 members there. So that's a lot.
Mr. Chairman. So,
Representative Yen,
yeah,
please, if you could elaborate on that.
As the CSG West Chair this year, Council of State Governments, one of the biggest things that we do is we actually send members to the Western Legislative Academy. So Council of State Governments is split up into 4 different regions. Each region has a new legislator training. We've sent pretty much five legislators each year. Those trip expenses come from them. So our dues help pay for those trip expenses. So those will never show up in Heather's lists. Things like the water meeting. So we have the Colorado River Forum where we meet with all of the states on the Colorado River to talk about the issues with the river. Those kind of things. There are money that comes out of the dues that pay for those trips as well. So I think the 21 number doesn't necessarily cover everything. And then NCSL, you know, our staff wouldn't be able to give us any numbers on half of the things that we asked for without NCSL. So there are things that our dues pay for that aren't just the trips to the meetings.
Mr. Chairman, just kind of curiosity for this council, and I don't know, this is kind of an unfair thing, but how many of us have ever attended a CSG sponsored event? And so about half haven't, and then how about NCSL? So only 2 of us on the entire management council have ever experienced an NCSL event. So I think that we may be making decisions without, you know, potentially accurate information. I would say to Representative Heiner, our Utah counterpart of whom we had a meeting with, I met that Utah legislator at the Western States Leadership Academy, where we became friends, where we are now working as leaders in both of our houses to advance joint legislation for the West concerning utilities on electric generation. So that's how those value relationships add. I do think it's a lot of money that we pay. I don't want to take away from that. But I'm not sure that we are encouraging the participation in these programs, both from ourselves and with our members, in a way to really receive the benefit of it. Because I do think it's a huge benefit add in the relationships you can develop and the knowledge you can gain on issues affecting the West primarily. Particularly CSG West, I think very unique things with the Colorado River Compact and others. So I have great hesitation about the amount, but I do think it is a significant value add and kind of trust some of the wisdom of our historical membership in those organizations, and I think most 50 states is participation as well. There is a motion on the table, and I don't want to take away from that. This is kind of a larger conversation as we start doing an apples and oranges comparison potentially between these organizations.
President Biden.
Well, first of all, I'll withdraw my motion because it's kind of sloppy, and somebody else can take a stab at it. But I will say, I'm not going to throw one of the two organizations under the bus, but I went to one of them and wasn't impressed. You know, it just wasn't, it did have kind of a liberal bent to it. I didn't enjoy any of the programming. I thought it was obviously it kind of had a liberal bias to it. I always thought, why can't we pick something that's more geared towards our interests and what we're trying to accomplish as legislators in our limited time doing this job? Why does it benefit certain people with certain ideologies, and those of us that have different ideology don't get to go on these trips? Because quite frankly, the only good thing about that trip was I got to meet other one guy from Arkansas who was a conservative, and we hit it off, and we kind of spent the weekend kind of just going around, but I met a friend. That was it. I didn't learn anything. It was all about marijuana and all this other stuff that I had no interest in whatsoever. That's why I support this, because I think the number of 21 says it all. I mean, a lot of us are just not going. We're saving the taxpayer money because we don't want to go to these types of things because what's being offered is not what we want. So this would be something we actually want to do, whether it's ALEC or whether it's Heartland or what you pick. Family Policy Network, whatever. You can go somewhere and learn what you are wanting to learn about so you can write better legislation when you come back. That's the goal. That's what we want to do. But we're not being allowed that. Certain members are not being allowed that because you pick from two.
Mr. Chairman,
Thanks,
if I can,
Senator Nethercutt.
maybe to help this along, I would move for this purpose of Senator Larson, who is in a very important leadership position with ALEC, that we pay for his participation for that travel cost associated with this upcoming trip that he has, and ask him to continue to come back and ask for management counsel. That's my proposal. So we're kind of expediting what might be an email request, and I would move that we grant his request for travel associated with this conference and his role in national leadership for ALEC.
Speak to that.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Larson, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Being a board member, they do pay for my expenses. I'm asking for other legislators to be allowed to go to these.
That's going to do what you said.
These other two events. I could talk more about ALEC. I don't know if you want to hear it. They do all pretty much what the other two do. I mean, they have academies. If you're a member, you can go to probably 10 academies across the country. I'm asking for other legislators to be allowed. And if there was a process to go about that, then if they give you a 2-week notice, that would help a bunch because they give benefits on registration for early registration. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Larson. Representative Harrelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Matt, just asking a question. So you guys get some benefit as staff too from not ESG West, but NCLS, correct? Both of them?
Director Olbrich, please.
Mr. Chairman, we do, both NCSL and CSG. NCSL, not only do they provide staff training, but also resources across all 50 states database on what different legislatures do. CSG was quite responsive to a request that I made that I heard from my staff on more of a chance to invest in legislative trainings for up-and-coming staff members. They created a whole institute. They must have heard this from other people too. Create a whole institute to provide that training, create a network among staff members. I'm also a member of a group with CSG West for legislative directors. And I would just say too, to piggyback on this a little bit, I don't think they should take their funding from the state of Wyoming for granted. And it'd be completely within Management Council's authority to ask them to come appear at a Management Council meeting later on this year and explain what benefits are provided to the state. Especially it's timely because you're developing the legislative budget for the next biennium.
Follow up.
Thank you, Director. Follow up?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So with that, I appreciate that concept because I think that is an important thing. I don't know, all of us, I think if we look at our personal lives, is there ever a moment where you're like, why am I paying for that? Is that even something we're using anymore? Is that a value add? I think I think that's intelligent, period. And is there anyone out there doing a better job that could help us down the road in a better way? And so I think that's important. I do believe that there's an aspect too, so there's a question in this and then a comment in this. The question is, those 21 individuals, are those covered under those dues we pay? And they cover all of the expenses for those individuals? Or do we cover those and that's above and beyond those expenses we pay? And I'm getting heads nodding on that. So really it isn't 9,500 or 10,000 per person. It's probably more than that, and we can have that conversation. The second question is, if we really want good legislators and we really want equipped legislators, then we probably ought to give them the opportunity to go to the places that they see fit to give them the knowledge that they need to be able to do the job that they need to do. And so I think that it's probably a broader conversation that needs to be had and maybe a new policy brought in. We've done universal school choice. Maybe now it's universal legislator school choice or something. But we need an ESA for legislators or a conversation to move forward like that.
Any other discussion? Just a heads up, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to take a chairman's prerogative and we're going to take about a 10-minute break here and let our legs and our bodies stand up. So, and then we'll come back and we'll decide on this and move forward. So we'll be back in 10 minutes, whatever that time is, 3:49. So we'll be here at 4 o'clock, 10 minutes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and get ourselves back here going again. 7 minutes behind what we had told you we would stay, and I still didn't make it to the restroom. I'm gonna do this, though. We're gonna make this work. I know. Just slow down on the coffee. We'll be fine. Okay, I know, yeah. Leave it to Senator Grew to expedite this, baby, I'm telling you.
We still have a motion on the table.
Yeah, we do. Okay, the meeting is called back into order. We do have a motion on the floor, so we'll finish with that before we proceed on. We have a motion on the floor. I do believe, no, wait a minute. He withdrew that motion. So are there,
I do?
No,
I withdraw that.
oh, okay, and speedily we move along.
Mr. Speaker, so
Mr. Senator.
I would like to make the motion that, in fact, we do recognize ALEC as an organization that we would allow our state legislators, if they so choose, to choose that as one of theirs. It's my intent also, well, no, I will leave it at that for now.
There we go. All right, we have a motion. Is there a second? Seconded. Representative Harrelson. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Representative Yoon.
just to make it clear, the motion is to make this within the 2 existing trips that members have allocated for them.
That
So
is
it's not
correct.
adding a 3rd trip.
No, it's not adding a 3rd trip. This would be just keeping the two trips per legislator to be able to choose between CSG and CSL and ALEC. Senator Grew, please.
Thank you. Just a question, because I know Senator Larson would want me to ask it. Does that include the registration fees?
That motion does include the registration fee.
Does include the fees. Okay, very good. Any other discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Craigo first, then I'll come to Representative Harrelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just for the record, and I think just so all of our colleagues are clear on what we're deciding here, we're essentially changing policy and recognizing that essentially any of our membership in either of the 2 bodies can pick which type of conventions, get-togethers, conferences they want to go to, so long as it meets the statutory requirement. And I brought this up to the director. I mean, in our feed bill, it does talk about out-of-state travel, and it has to further Wyoming's essentially interests, right? So as long as they're within that, they can maybe petition us to include other types of conferences, groups, et cetera, to be put on that list that are an automatic. Is that the policy, is that the road we're going down? Or are we saying it's just this one, it's just ALEC and no others?
Senator Salazar.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. So my motion is my motion, but I will say this in discussion of it, which is related to it. It will be my intent at the next management council to ask that the 2 organizations that we already are a part of would come before this management council to discuss what benefits we receive from that membership, considering that the membership cost is a substantial amount of money. And then I would conceive, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, that we would have a discussion on getting down further into what this management council would like to do on a whole range of issues with regard to this specific topic. So.
Very good. Thank you, Senator. Any other discussion? We have a motion. Representative Harrelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just a real quick, just for clarity's sake, so this would cover airfare, hotels, and registration fees?
Correct.
That is correct. According to what I understand. Senator, that is true? Okay, that is correct. Any other discussion? Senator Craigo.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I guess I'm just trying to get to, because I think we are changing our policy. We're adding ALEC, yes, and I think I'm okay with that. I just want to know what the direction of the policy change is, because it is a little bit different than the other two organizations. I'm fine, I'm happy to support that part of the motion. I just want to know if we're changing the policy so that if someone with a different political persuasion wants to go to a different type of group, that we're going to allow that. That's my question, is that because we are making a management council policy change by doing this. And so, and maybe this is a question for the director, I don't know, but I'm just trying to get it really down, drill a little bit deeper so we're very clear on what we're deciding.
Very good and much appreciated. Director Obrick, do you see any issues with this and what are the possible implications?
Well, Mr. Chairman, so right now, your travel reimbursement policy is covered by the Management Council travel regulations. And on page 6, it discusses out-of-state travel for legislators. And it says, reimbursement is authorized for approved travel as follows. Meetings of national organizations. Subject to section B2, B7 of this handbook, legislators may, without prior approval, attend 2 meetings of a national or regional organization in which the legislature participates during the interim between each session. Travel to meetings of these organizations in excess of the 2 meetings must be specifically approved by Management Council. So national or regional organizations in which the legislature participates includes NCSL, the Council of State Governments, including the Western Legislative Council, the Education Commission of States, and the Energy Council, and the State Legislative Leadership Foundation, limited to members of Management Council. So you also approve travel to meetings of committees or task forces or other groups to which the legislator is appointed by the presiding officers. And then other travel requires Management Council authorization. All other out-of-state travel must be specifically approved in advance by Management Council. Members seeking funding under this paragraph shall state in their request the number of out-of-state trips taken by the member for which reimbursement by the state has been authorized, and shall provide a general description and mission statement of the organization sponsoring the activity. Absent extraordinary circumstances, travel under this paragraph will generally be approved only if it relates to A, a significant substantive topic currently under study or consideration by the legislature, or B, a training opportunity specifically focused on development of legislative skills. So, Mr. Chairman, I would just say trying to shoehorn in ALEC into the paragraph about the pre-approved meetings probably doesn't work in the way that that paragraph's currently written, in that we don't participate as a legislature in ALEC. But there'd be nothing that would stop you from approving trips to ALEC under all other travel that requires Management Council authorization. So I guess what I would recommend at this point in time is, if members want to go to ALEC, we can approve multiple requests through email ballot that come through, and then we can work on this language in the travel policy and get it updated for the next Management Council meeting.
I guess my question would be only that, so what this motion does not automatically insert ALEC with those other 2 or others list of pre-approved destinations or organizations.
Mr. Chairman, it does, but the problem is there's some more rewriting of that section that needs to be done because we don't participate in ALEC as a legislature.
Does ALEC, and this would be a question for Senator Larson, does ALEC doesn't really have the means to even offer that, do they? To be membership with or in, it's per member. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Sorry, my dogs are barking. They do not have a state registration, that is correct. But each member could register, be members.
Thank you, Senator. I had another question down here. Did I not? Okay. Senator Salazar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So again, my motion simply states that anyone who wishes to participate in ALEC may may use that as one of their individual trips. That's all this does, nothing more, nothing less. And to get to Senator Crago's question about other organizations, as of right now, my motion would not allow that. We're just focusing on ALEC. However, I believe that at our next Management Council meeting, we would ask NCSL and CSG to come, given the cost that some of us have just discovered, the cost of those. And then we could have a discussion as to the future of whether or not we want to participate, and also give this Management Council time to discuss with our peers what is in the best interest of the legislature and what they want to participate in. But my motion is simply to open it up for ALEC to those individuals who feel that way.
Senator Crago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, I am in supportive of Senator Larson's request for him to go to ALEC. I mean, I'll be voting in favor of that. I think what I'm getting at and what
I think we gotta, he's saying that that's not exactly what he's wanting to do. I think it's just in general.
No, I understand that. In particular, I'm supportive of him. I'm supportive of other people if they want to go too. My question, in which I think the director answered, is we're changing the policy without actually changing the policy through your motion. It might be easier until we're able to change the policy, the written policy, which we can do, that anybody that wants to go just sends us an email and we say, through email ballot like we have for other people already this spring, say, yep, we approve. And then in the meantime, we can direct the director to clean up the language on that, so that if that's the will of the council, we can do that. But I don't know, because I think we're outside of our policy if we do a blanket approval. That's my impression. That's why I asked the question.
Senator Salazar, you good? Okay. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Motion has been adopted. Moving on. Yes.
Speaker,
Vice President.
I would like to ask that NCSL and CSG would be, if staff could see that, if they could come to Management Council at our next meeting, whenever that is, and give us a briefing on the benefits, considering the amount of money that we're spending on membership to those two organizations.
Duly noted.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Yim.
Just a question for Director Obrick. So Management Council is the one that drafts the feed bill. Would that meeting be when we do that drafting, or should we save their invitation to when we actually draft the feed bill?
Director Obrick.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we will invite them to come to that meeting in the fall. It's the same meeting where we'll consider the feed bill.
Very good. Okay, Director, you had some moving around here. You said you'd like to try to do. You want to accomplish that now to help expedite or allow for some folks that are here that need to be going?
Mr. Chairman, we've got, Senator Larson has one more request while he's on the line.
Okay, very good. Senator Larson, Phoenix Correspondence Commission request, if you would please proceed, sir.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I hate to bring this one up too, but it is vital. I think there's a Phoenix Correspondence Commission that established in 2017. Ray Peterson, Jeff Watsberger, and myself attended that, and it was to deal with Article 5 mainly at that convention, but they did organize and have a kind of a government entity now that has been recognized, that is working with Congress to keep track of Article 5 resolutions that have been sent in ever since the U.S. formed. But obviously Congress doesn't want to keep track of those resolutions because they aren't interested in being controlled. But that's primarily what this organization does. I hope you read some of the materials that were sent out. Is to try to get the states to all work together, communicate, and talk about federalism issues. And what I'm asking for is help this body actually perform their duties. They sent out a notice to me, and I maybe didn't get it to our leadership, but they're asking for a $10,000 donation to keep the entity going. Arizona put out $50,000 a couple years ago, and been living off of that pretty much. Lee Bruce is the CEO of that, and anyway, that's my request. I can answer some questions if you want.
Thank you, Senator. Any questions for Senator Larson? Representative Yen, please.
Mr. Chairman, so I guess my question is this not being kept track of by NCSL or CSG West? And why create a new organization rather than work within one that literally has all 50 states as members?
We are, Mr. Chairman and Representative Yen, we are working with NCSL and CSG. We're actually trying to get on some of their programs where we can, unite together and work together. But I think having an organization that actually is working on this specific topic, and definitely on educating everybody on the federalism issue, that our national government is out of control, and the state should show them that we actually are the ones that should have the control. We just don't have the money that they keep throwing at us. But at $36.6 trillion in debt, we ought to all be concerned.
Thank you, Senator. Any other discussion or questions for the good senator? Seeing no further discussion? Okay. Direction of the body. Is there a motion? Seeing no motion, we will be moving on. Thank you, Senator. Appreciate your time and your efforts today. Thank you very much, sir. Okay, Matt.
All right. First, Mr. Chairman, Representative Davis has a travel reimbursement request to the National Conference of Legislators from Gaming States.
What an opportune time. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr.
Representative Davis.
Chairman. Yeah, my ear's been burning back there in the back. You guys been talking about me here. As far as the NCLSG, I have attended that when I was a freshman down in Denver. It was offered, and it was, which is the National Council of Legislators from Gaming States. Okay, so I have attended it when it was in Denver. This year, they're going to have one in Kentucky in July, and also one in Puerto Rico in December, okay? And I'm requesting to go to those. And I feel that, the previous conversations you guys were having about gaming and how it participates in the state of Wyoming, you guys are right on it. I mean, that's where we get the information from these other states in order to look at what they're doing and how we can react to that. For instance, when I started out on the Parimutuel Commission, then was changed to the Gaming Commission, and I chaired it for 3 years before I became a legislator. So I have a basics understanding of what you guys are talking about here and where we're going, and over that period, we've legalized sports wagering, one of the early states in the nation. Same way with the games of skill. We're one of the few states that have been able to master that, along with the OTBs and how that is. Also, we have lottery. I'm not very privy to the lottery because that's not underneath the Gaming Commission at that time. But I think you guys have hit a lot of the key topics on the head there. How do we control this? This is an expanding industry. The internet has blown this totally out of shape. We have two types of gamers out there. We have people that play on the internet. That's usually our younger generation. Then we have the older generation, such as myself, that like to hear the bells and whistles and talk to you and have another drink and things like that. So we're not apples to apples, and we need to look at that from this state's perspective. What are we addressing? Where do we want to concentrate our focus on here. You know, I think by going to these type of meetings that we get a better look at what the other states are addressing. I don't know if you've got a copy of the agenda there in front of you for the one in Kentucky, but you know, we talk about the sports wagering. You know, the state of Wyoming can control what the venue is. You know, we can go from cornhole to basketball to whatever. You know, there's a litmus test of what's available. But the state of Wyoming, the Gaming Commission, controls what is available here. And if we put sideboards on it and only want to restrict it to this, we can do that. But then those wagerers will go to an offshore platform, another form. You know, right now, we've got them on basically on a reputable platform, which protects the wagerers and has clarity throughout the state of Wyoming. The game's a skill that somehow we've mastered that in the state of Wyoming, that other states have not gotten mastered yet. So we're one of the few in the nation, you know. There's still some work that needs to be done there, especially as far as the reporting side, how to marry it up with the OTBs and the sports wagering. There's got to be a software package so we have real-time information there. These are some things that we need to look at, and maybe other states have information there that we can bring back and, you know, bring to the legislation or bring to the commission that they can enact through rules, or if we need legislation, like the money laundering. You know, I was ready for that too. I had all my notes I was ready to present, and COW. Yep, but anyway, those are some interesting things that we need to look at. You know, the body, the JAC had a study done by Spectrum, and it shows that Wyoming is actually setting pretty good, you know, thanks to the previous leaders there in the Gaming Commission. We're pretty well respected throughout the nation. We've done some innovative ideas and followed a lot of good leadership, and we're sitting pretty well on top of what we have currently. But what we don't have currently is the internet. We do not have a handle on the internet, you know. I tried to bring legislation last year, but that's last year. But there's a big industry out here that we need to figure out how to put a cap on it, or handle it, stop it, whatever it is that the legislators need to do. But that's a tremendous, and it's a growing industry. I mean, I can't keep up with my cell phone technology, let alone what they're doing with the internet gaming. So I believe it would behoove us to go to these things and bring back some good information. And I think that the task force that you set up, I think it'd be good for them to go there, you know, and actually understand what is out there and what we're facing here in this small state of only 600,000 people. You know, I can't imagine what we're looking at on the East Coast, you know. And then, so I would really enjoy going to this. I think I can bring back some insight to it. I have utilized this CSG West. I did go down for the forum there in Phoenix last year, you know, so I think these are NCL is good, CSG West. I mean, all these things are very informative for us, or for me as a legislator. And with that, I would answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Representative Davis. Representative Yen, please.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Representative Davis, would you be okay with using those 2 trips in lieu of your 2 standard NCSL CSG trips? So instead of, you have the allocation for 2 trips with any of our member organizations. So instead of that, would you be willing to have your reimbursement just for these 2 gaming trips?
I would like to go to the 2 trips for the out-of-state. Is that what you're saying? Yes.
But would you, I guess the question, and maybe, do you feel like you got it answered?
Mr. Chairman, just to clarify, your 2 out-of-state trips, these would be your 2 out-of-state trips, correct?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Yen, correct.
Okay. Yeah. Other discussion, questions? Senator Nethercott.
Mr. Chairman, I just would like to thank Representative Davis for taking an interest in this topic, a real interest, and really trying to enhance your knowledge for Wyoming's benefit. So I just would like to thank him for that.
Thank you, Mr.
Any
Chairman.
other questions? Representative Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a correct question for the director. Where one of these trips is in Puerto Rico outside of the continental U.S., does that require a 2/3 vote?
Director Olbrich.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Heiner, you're right. Yep, 2/3 vote for the Puerto Rico trip.
Yeah, it requires a 2/3 vote if you're going to leave the country. Management Council.
I
Senator
promise,
Salazar.
Mr. Chairman, I promise I'll come back.
Puerto Rico is in the country, just to be clear. It's just outside of the continental US.
But it's a US trip.
Senator Salazar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess more of a comment than anything. I think everyone here heard President Beitman, who does not have who doesn't believe in gambling with regard to the state. I have the same view. And so I just want you to know that there are some of us who stood up the Select Committee on Gaming because we need to get control of gambling. Some of us want to put the brakes on gambling. So I'm hoping that you're open to whatever knowledge is increased by your trips in that regard as well, to help us get control of this incredibly complex issue that we have not been paying enough attention to.
Senator Beitman.
And if I could tack on, Mr. Chairman, also with relation to taxation. So if you can find out how other states are taxing gaming, because we are not adequately taxing gaming. You subsidize what you want, you tax what you don't want. It appears like we're subsidizing gaming to a point because it's exploding, right? It's absolutely getting out of control. And so we're leaving so much money on the table when it comes to taxation on gaming, whether we take a piece of the gross or whatever. But if you could report back to us on what you find out on taxation of gaming, that would be very helpful for the new Select Committee and their efforts, because they'll probably want to report to the Revenue Committee before they have their final meeting. If there's low-hanging fruit on the taxation front, we would love to hear some of that information.
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Davis.
I agree with you, Senator. That's been something that has been tossed around for a number of years while I was on the commission, but without legislative oversight or wanting to revisit that and move the ball, it's hard to do anything on the policy side. So I agree that I think we are missing some of it. And then as Senator Salazar, I don't disagree with you. Growth without control is not good. But when the vision of this first come down in the state 10, 12 years ago, who would have imagined a $2 to $3 billion industry in a state of 600,000 people? Well, you're both ranchers, but I understand that. That's a visionary.
It started out as horse racing.
Yeah.
Senator Nethercott.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I hear the comments of my colleagues and I have concern, and I want to just express that concern and my support of your effort. Because we take up a topic associated with gaming does not mean or should signal support of gaming, right? In order to understand the industry that we currently have as our neighbors and are paying taxes into the state, which should be paying more, again, does not signal that you support gaming. And so it's important that we continue to prioritize this as a topic in order to understand how to thoughtfully understand its role in Wyoming's future and our relationship with it. But that should not, I don't think, create trepidation to talk about it, because they'll continue to rule the roost, and we'll just be little sheep as they run rampant.
Mr. Chairman, Senator.
Representative Davis, please.
You're exactly right. We need to figure out how to control the growth. And with that comes responsibility. And over the last years while I was on the commission, there's directions that the commission they're the tool on behalf of the legislators. So we as legislators need to come forth with legislation to put the sideboards on this. you know, and I think this steering committee that you came up with, I think that's a good start there. I think that's all they're looking for is some directions, what we need to do. And I think you're crack on, you know.
Representative Heiner, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Davis, thank you. You provided a lot of information here about the National Council of Legislators for Gaming States. We are not a member of that Gaming State Coalition, as according to their website. But looking at some of the information you provided to us, it is more to control the growth, as you mentioned. They advocate for growing gaming in these states rather than trying to control, like we have been talking about here earlier, of having a less of an impact in our state. But it looks like this is more promoting growth of gaming in these states. Is that correct, or am I reading that wrong?
Well,
Representative Davis.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Heiner, I think if you look at an agenda here, you know, we have many topics on there that they're trying to address, you know, global gaming overview, sports betting, iGaming, in the Indian gaming situation, cyber, okay, and then we come down there and then we have the commercial casinos, the lotteries, pari-mutuel licensing, all those are licensing as part of the controlling. You go on down there, the emerging forms of gaming, you know, with the internet technology, the Committee on State and Federal Regulations, what tools are there in the box that we can use to control this growth? You know, where do we, you know, no different than some of the legislation in the past, we need to get a handle on this and get everybody involved so we become comfortable with this, you know, and I think, I just think there could be some good information that other states are running into the same issue that we are, that we can bring back that information and try and mold it to fit the Wyoming model.
Follow up?
Yes. Thank you.
Representative Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Representative Davis, from your perspective, do you feel like we should continue to grow gaming in the state of Wyoming, or do you think we should limit the growth?
Representative Davis.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Heiner, grow gaming? I don't know if with what we have control of, we need to control gaming in the state of Wyoming. We have a very good handle on it with the sports wagering. We have a very good handle with games of skill. We're outside the borders, I believe, with the OTBs. We need to figure out how to have a constructive growth there. But as far as the other forms of gaming that are occurring right underneath our nose, we're not addressing those issues. And that's the iGaming, and then, like you've seen on TV, you know, Lucky Charms party of pots, you know, and those games are coming from a foreign country, Australia, and they're on an offshore platform. But everybody, there's no age limit, there's nothing to that stuff. So we need to figure out how can we get control of things like that that are affecting us here in Wyoming. You know, that's revenue. And we talked about taxation and stuff like that. That's revenue that the state of Wyoming should be receiving a piece of. So it's kind of a two-sided question there. Yes, we need to control with what we've got, but on the other hand, do we limit the number of live horse racing days or the number of permittees that want to participate? You know, Wyoming has become pretty much the West center of racing. I mean, we've got a lot of closures going on the west coast, to the south of us, you know, to the east of us. You know, horses are coming to Wyoming. We've got an extremely amazing wagering. Anyway, we've got a lot of things going in Wyoming. You know, you're seeing a lot of even Kentucky bred studs show up in Wyoming all of a sudden. So I don't know where, you know, what's the platform? I don't know. We're a state of 600,000 people, and every year we ask, when I was on the commission, what's the breaking point? What's the breaking point? Well, we had the COVID. Well, that's the breaking point. No, my goodness, as soon as it went right up, and it's still going up. And that's with 2 permittees, 3 permittees. Now we have a possible 4th permittee. You know, so I do not know exactly where all these recreational dollars are coming from, in my opinion, but.
Senator Drew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, thank you to Representative Davis for taking an interest in this. You know, we talk about what we don't know. Well, here's a member who's offering to go and learn about it. Whether we agree with what they're saying there or not, there's information to be had there, context to be made, and we can then make informed decisions. He's helping us inform those decisions. I say he should go. And I think that, you know, it's one, we just had this discussion with ALEC. So whether I agree with what ALEC does or not, have been persuaded by most of you all to say that's what we should do. Well, I kind of look at this in the same way. It's yeah, go, learn, and report back. The only other thing I'd say is, I thought Puerto Ricans were Americans. I always see them at the Veterans Day Parade. I always see them paying taxes. Whenever I go there, they always mention it to me. So I'd always thought that was part of America, and except for the part they don't have a vote in Congress, I always thought they were.
Representative Yin.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, I just want us to be very careful that every time someone comes with a travel request, we're not gonna interrogate them to make sure that they're going to vote a certain way before we approve their travel. I think the intent of the travel is to not only have Wyoming's voice heard in that organization, but also have the legislator grow as a legislator to become more informed and then spread that information to us. I think it's a real risk if we start saying, you know, and I voted against all of the gaming bills as well. I think it's a real risk if we say, I want to know what your thoughts on gaming are before I send you to an organization that you're going to learn more about gaming. And with that, you know, if you're open to it, Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion.
Okay, I've got a little bit more discussion. Oh, you want?
Well, two is going to make that motion to send Representative Davis on these 2 trips, and but also just further, you know, saying it's like we passed sports gaming a couple of years ago. Now 19 states have outlawed proposition betting within sports gaming. It's like a scourge out there. People don't know about it. It's bad juju right now. We should be getting out of that as quick as we can. You know, once again, we need to have that expertise to even know that. And it's something I was totally unaware of until actually just kind of hit me in the face at a tennis tournament. But it's amazing stuff. And so we need people with that knowledge. And so that's what I say. I may move that we send them.
Okay. We have, yep, well, motion, I mean, seconded by Representative Yin. Okay. Discussion, Representative Heiner.
Mr. Chairman, because one of them is out of the continent, I think we should split it so we can do one with simple majority and one with a 2/3 majority.
So just to clarify, it's out of the continental US. So it'd be Puerto Rico, Hawaii, Alaska is included with all other out of the country travel as well.
Okay, so we'll be splitting this.
Guam.
Is that all right with the motion move? Second, good. Okay, any other further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the trip in-continent to, in the US, thank you for clarifying, Kentucky, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no? No. Motion has been adopted. Second part of the motion, or second motion, to the trip to Puerto Rico, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no? No. Motion has been adopted. Division haven't been called. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. Had to show them how. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, all those opposed? 4. The motion has been adopted. Okay. 6-4.
Yeah, but that.
Oh, you have to have 2/3.
That's the 2/3
Okay,
vote.
yep. 2/3, you need 8. Okay. All right.
In
Kentucky.
7, but yeah, just 7, but you didn't get it anyways. Don't do math.
Wouldn't have got it, yeah, wouldn't have got it.
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Representative Davis, appreciate it. Okay,
Mr. Chairman.
Director Olbrich.
I think we'll now go back on schedule to the discussion of Agency Rule Review 24-91, which is the State Building Commission rules on concealed firearms in the Capitol complex. And Representative Bear asked for this rule to be removed from the consent list for discussion today.
Okay, Representative Bear, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just think, we're getting ready to promulgate new rules that go with, I believe it was number 172, our bill that we just passed, prohibiting, repealing gun-free zones. And so I'd like to hear from the department, what would be at risk of just going ahead and getting a rule set right away that promulgates along with the bill that has just passed versus this being in place for a few months and then having to switch it out to something else.
With that in mind, Director Olbrich.
Mr. Chairman, they're still here. Del McComey and Suzanne Norton from the State Construction Department are here to address that issue.
Gentlemen, if you want to come up, and ladies. Thank you for coming. Please.
Yep, thank you, Mr.
identify
Chairman.
yourselves.
We stalled long enough that we're not in the bright light here. I was kind of worried about going blind sitting here with let's go get it. But anyway, certainly we can do that. So the rule was passed and signed by the governor.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but I would have you identify yourselves for folks at home who may not know who you guys are, so.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Del McComey. I'm the director for the State Construction Department.
Suzanne Norton, Administrator for the Construction Management Division, and in that role, I serve as the Secretary to the State Building Commission.
Excellent, thank you very much. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. As was mentioned earlier, there was the passage of the rule to be discussed today. Kind of the timeline for that, it started back in April of '24. We had our public meetings on that. There was, on the rules was August 12th. The rules were drafted for the SBC, and on October 25th, the final notice for comment went out in December of 16th. After the rules were approved by the LSO staff, the rule package, the AG and the governor's office, LSO, received notice of the rules and the update on January 14th. The 40-day time period for Management Council to review that concluded on February 24th, and then the 75-day time period, the governor signed that on March 24th. In regard to the question from Representative Bear, actually the SBC is moving forward right now with new rules. We hope to have those completed yet today so that can go to the SBC tomorrow for their review, and perhaps moving forward, if that happens, with new rules under the passage of House Bill 172. So what this does is the rule that we're talking about addresses the concealed carry, the permitted and permitless. The old rules didn't have the permitless in there at the Capitol in the extender. It addresses the impact of firearms in public events and permits for such events. It did not address meetings, as the statute prohibits firearms in meetings up until July 1st of this year. And then, so the governor had not signed those rules. The old rules would have prohibited firearms, which would remain in effect until July 1st. So at least in this part of the Capitol and the extender, currently you can carry firearms in there with the rules that were adopted and signed by the governor. Again, we're moving forward with the SBC. I hope to present that tomorrow and have that moving forward. The bill that was passed actually said that upon July 1st, when that bill took effect, that it authorized to move forward with a change in the rules. And so we're trying to get ahead of that, and we'll issue both. The thought is to issue both emergency rules as well as move forward with the regular rule set so that come July 1st, the emergency rules would be in place to allow concealed carry and permitless carry, all those things that were addressed in the bill. That would take effect July 1st rather than having to wait for the formalized bills to take effect.
All right.
Mr. Chairman,
Thank you very much. Yes,
if
please.
I may add on to that, if we go in about the same timeline, if the rules that we present tomorrow are approved to put out for public comment, we would potentially have a public meeting during the first week of June, a special meeting with SBC, and if they were approved at that time, after notice and comment, they could be signed as soon as August 23rd. So that's the fastest timeline that we would be able to affect the permanent rules outside of the emergency rules. So being ahead of the curve is helpful for that.
Very good. All right. Thank you. Discussion. Question? Senator Nethercott.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just, to Representative Baer, why are we reviewing this right now? Do we need to take any action? Or are we just getting information?
Representative Baer.
Yeah, I wanted to know if this was going to create a situation where we've got rules that are going to overlap these other rules, and there'll be confusion when the new rules come out. So I wanted to have it cleared up exactly what the differences are in the rules and exactly what kind of timing we're going to have. It looks like we're going to make the timing, so appreciate that.
Very good.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Harrelson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you guys for being proactive on those rules. I appreciate that and look forward to seeing those and being a part of that. And honestly, I think the biggest, obviously, one of the issues that we're seeing, and that's not an issue, it's just part of the process, is people are confused. People, I had an individual the other day, he's like, oh, great, I can carry my gun to the Capitol now. I'm like, whoa, slow down. July 1st. Obviously, if this were to go through, that changes a little bit. But then technically, you couldn't have it in this room right now. That's not legal because this is the meeting of a government entity. And so I think a lot of times one of the things that we're seeing is just that public knowledge portion of it. And I think that was kind of Chairman Baer's concern of, we don't want to confuse people either, where they're like, well, now we can't be in a meeting, but we can be in a meeting as of July 1st, and where can we and can we not carry, and we can only carry in the extension, but you can't carry in the Hirschler, and those types of things. And I think those are the concerns that we have as we are moving forward, because we kind of have a piggyback policy on top of another policy right now. And so you want to speak a little bit to that and your concerns on that, and maybe the public knowledge portion of that will fall on you guys to make sure that they're aware of.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That was within the Capitol and within the extension, part of what was discussed during this bill was actually the timing of when the legislature meets. During that time period, part of the Capitol is under the legislative jurisdiction. When the legislature isn't meeting, part of it is under the executive branch. And so there was a lot of nuances discussed. There was a lot of comment in the public comments. It is a complicated issue, and there's exceptions within the rule or the law that were passed for healthcare facilities, prisons, some of the DFS type of facilities. So I think that's going to be just a learning curve. I don't know how you address that. I think that probably there could be some outreach maybe on our website or the SBC's website, where we can talk about what is entailed in that and some of the nuances, but it's going to be an education process on the individual, I think, that carries and where they can carry and where they can't, because there are exceptions to all of that. It's not carte blanche. It is more inclusive in the new law than what was in the previous law, but I think one of the good things about coming through what the SBC did in being proactive on discussing this at the Capitol and the extender is that there were some language changes just on things such as what entails a law enforcement, what is security, all those sort of things that make this moving forward in the new bill easier, because that language is already there and amended in the SBC rules for the buildings.
Thank you. Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So where would an individual go to receive this information as far as finding out where these rules are posted, where they could, if a person has a permit, they want to know where they can carry or can't carry, where's the best place for them to go?
Mr. Chairman, I'll let Suzanne go in a little more detail, but the rules are out on our website, the current rules that we have, so they could go to the website to obtain those, and the rules, the rulemaking process, but I'll let Suzanne maybe address that in a little more detail.
Sam, please.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Bear, the rules are posted on the SBC website. The Secretary of State's office is the registrar for all administrative rules, so that they're available there as well. As far as the definitions, I think the process in going through the first set of amendments to the rules helped us create definitions that are helpful, and so they are defined in the rules. The capital extension, the next version of the rules will largely change those definitions and replace them with public buildings or public-owned buildings.
Okay. Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is it possible to get that information any more widespread than that? Is there some way to get, a summary of the rules for somebody who's carrying, so as they enter the building, they could tell, I can carry here, I can't carry there?
Mr. Chairman, the next set of rules does note that so clearly marked, we could certainly have additional vinyl stickers produced that we could post in the interim until July 1st, if someone seems to think that's necessary. However, there's been quite a lot of discussion overall about what exactly constitutional carry is, and that is also defined in the new rules.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Director Olbrich.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, so I think we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more business items to take in open session. And then you've got an executive session that's likely to last an hour and a half to 2 hours. So I just want to let you know what the evening looks like. Next issue is from Senator Cooper and attending the Nuclear Energy Institute.
Senator Cooper.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Just as a, thank you, it's okay.
Senator.
Whatever. Just as a point of order, I don't recall us ever getting these litany of requests from legislators during this meeting. Did we decide to do that this time around as opposed to our normal practice? Just because this has taken hours of our time to approve travel requests. So just a question about that.
Director Olbrich, please.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know why exactly these travel requests came in at this time, but they did. We got a bunch of them. And then also we have unique ones. This, support for the symposium, this National Council of Insurance Legislators. I mean, we don't have those kind of requests before, so it's unique.
Senator Cooper, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Committee. I was contacted, I'll keep this very short for the good senator. I was contacted a week or so ago by the Nuclear Energy Institute, inviting us to bring a delegation, if you will, to their spent fuel management conference in Orlando from the 6th to the 8th of May. They offered us 4 complimentary registrations if we would come and speak for 15 minutes on the future of energy, of nuclear energy in Wyoming. I think that's a direction that we really need to go and to take advantage of an opportunity here to educate as many legislators as we can on spent fuel and the facts of spent fuel. We've been fed a lot of misinformation and disinformation over the last few months, And we really need to get down to the facts of what is required, what isn't required, and how are the spent fuels being handled in the United States today, and what is the future of spent fuel in the United States today. As we move forward as a state, as the leader in nuclear energy in the nation, with everything from exploration to mining to milling, we're moving into manufacturing, fuel manufacturing, generation, and with a couple of those include storage. So there's an opportunity for us to gain some real solid factual information on the subject. Again, like I said, they offered us 4 complimentary positions in the conference, and invited us to bring as many people as we'd like to bring to the conference. I'm here today rather than going through the email process because of the timeliness of it. I've got to put together the delegation and make the reservations in the next week or so here so that we can get everybody there that needs to go. So my question to you is, can we attend this conference? I think we should. And how many folks should we send down there as a delegation? Is it 4? Is it 6? Is it 8? Is it the, you tell me how many we need. And we need to bring the information back to the group, bring the facts back, and discuss it in a logical and meaningful way.
Thank you, Senator. Discussion. Senator Nethercott.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Senator Cooper, for bringing this issue to our attention. I do support the effort and know how important this is for Wyoming and the future of energy production, particularly on the nuclear space. So just want to thank you for that and look forward to the council's comments about this particular request. So since they're giving us complimentary, are they paying for airfare? Or do we need to provide monies for that? If you could break that down.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Nethercott, they would furnish they would comp us for the conference itself, which is about $800 a person. So we would furnish airfare and lodging. They do have a group lodging there for about $255 a night, which is pretty reasonable in that area. So really the cost for the first 4 would be pretty minimal, and then any additional would be an additional $800 per person.
Representative Yin.
And Mr. Chairman, just to move this forward, I'm going to make a motion. I move for Management Council to allow up to 4 members to attend this conference and have it count towards their 2 out-of-state meetings.
Motion, seconded by Senator Cragel. Discussion. Representative Heiner.
Thank you. I'm in favor of this motion. I think with the topics we're discussing, it would be a great opportunity to get some more in-depth. But who would decide who those 4 or 8 or 15 members would be? Would that be first come, first serve, or would our leadership decide that? Representative Yin, how do you see that being?
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Yin.
I'll move to have the 2 presiding officers decide that jointly among themselves. It doesn't have to be 2 and 2. It can be whatever the 2 of them agree to. That's my motion.
Further discussion? We're good? Okay. No further discussion? Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. It's passed.
Very good. Thank you, committee.
Thank you, Senator Cooper. Appreciate your time, sir. Director Olbrich.
Mr. Chairman, next motion is from Senator Barlow to 2 motions here. First, to authorize travel reimbursement for members of the legislature who want to attend the public land symposium at UW later this month. That's the first motion.
It's been moved. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative, or Senator Craigo. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. Motion has been adopted. Next request.
Mr. Chairman, also in this, in the Public Lands Forum at the University of Wyoming, Senator Barlow requests that Management Council contribute $10,000 to the total $30,000 cost of the symposium.
Discussion. Seeing no discussion, Senator Craigo.
Can I ask the proponent a question, Mr. Chairman?
You're still
Senator
here.
Barlow, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Council.
Mr. Chairman, I just was curious, if we are to provide that funding, would that be in lieu of us paying, legislators paying the registration fee to go? Or are we still going to be responsible for our registration fee if we contribute to the event?
Senator Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And two, I think that depends on how, the last one I think was just travel. So if the legislature, if the Management Council authorizes some support for this, there's already, I think, 13 now. I've just got 2 emails today from legislators say they're attending. So when they do that registration, they're putting $100 down. And what we would do if the legislature, if this Management Council supports this in some way, we'll just refund all those legislators, my belief, their $100. So we would be covering their registration as also besides, I guess the last motion was travel, if I understood the last motion. And then there'd be some additional, obviously, if you decide it's 5,000 or 10,000 or whatever you decided above that, that would be for the broader support of the symposium or the forum. And with that broader support comes the support of the Hobbs School to write out whatever policy briefs come out of this. So they can put on a forum, but then what are the outtakes? What do you bring home? What do you have to inform the Board of Land Commissioners and the legislature about some of those discussions and some of those other things? We're going to have, if you looked at the agenda, which I know maybe you didn't, we're going to have other states there, other state public lands managers there saying, these are some of the challenges we've dealt with, this is how we've dealt with them, lessons to be learned. What I think the value of this is, we've got folks going to Florida, we've got folks going to Kentucky to learn about a couple topics, right? We did gaming earlier, we did the nuclear thing earlier. I guess we're not going to Puerto Rico unless that legislator pays his own way, which I did not hear that was off the table. He could pay his own way there. Legislature just wasn't doing that. This is actually bringing some out-of-state practitioners from other states to Wyoming, and then we just have to drive down the interstate or down the state road and say, and partake in this discussion with our local stakeholders and with some folks from outside the state to give us, the full range of options or things. As you know, we're going to recalibration, school finance, what are state lands, what's that part of? It's part of our economy, no doubt, but it's also part of funding public education. So I think this is a unique time to bring some of this and start this dialogue, as I said earlier. So I think it can be used, whatever support came out of here could be used to refund those, and I have that understanding with the university that we support this with whatever amount of dollars. Everyone, including myself, who's already registered would get refunded our $100, and the legislature would be covering that, just like we would be covering an NCSL or a CSG registration or whatever. I think you did one for ALEC earlier. We'd be covering that. This would be in lieu of that, and then maybe some above if you chose to go higher. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hope that is understandable. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Senator. Good. Any further discussion? Questions for the senator? Seeing none? Don't all hurry. Waiting for a motion. Yes,
Yep.
sir. Senator Drew.
So moved, $10,000 for this public land symposium at UW at the Hobbs School.
$10,000. Is there a second to that motion? seconded by Senator Craigo. Discussion. Senator Groom.
Yeah, we've been talking a lot today. We talked when we had the folks, the two chairmen up from, what was it? Shoot, I forgot the name. Well, the Bobs were up. The Bobs were up to talk about land use, federal regulations. To me, this is kind of goes hand in hand with that as far as then what's the posture of state lands going forward. So I think if we're doing one, this is the other piece. They're talking about the federal level. They're going to be talking about land use at the state level. It is our number one industry. It is our future. We talk about energy development. We talk about land use, public lands, for recreational purposes versus energy purposes. We need to have this discussion. It's important, and it's important to the state of Wyoming. So that's why I think we should be. I know we fund the university. I know we do, but this is an important discussion that I think really deserves that support from this body to move forward.
Thank you, Senator. Further discussion? Members? Seeing no further discussion, are we ready to vote? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. Amendment has been adopted. Division being called. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, all those opposed? Okay, amendment has not been adopted. I'm going to have my ears checked. Okay. Are there any other motions? Direction? Body? Seeing none. Thank you, Senator. Appreciate your time, sir. Okay, Director Obrecht.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, the next is the request of the Joint Corporations Committee for up to $10,000 for 1 year of dues to the National Council of Insurance Legislators.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you. The reason why I'm supporting this and think it's probably wise that we join is I do think that insurance coverage is going to be the most pressing issue, one of the most pressing issues that we will need to be addressing, if not now, but in the coming years. And the more knowledge and information we can get about how the insurance markets are working, what our colleagues are doing in other states associated with addressing the rising costs of insurance and the lack of coverage or the dropping of coverage. I know I just got my new homeowner's quote, despite not having any claims for years and years, it just doubled, right? Just for no reason, my homeowner's insurance just doubled. So if I'm experiencing that increasing cost, that means everyone else in Laramie County is, and no doubt across the state. We've had the wildfire issues, which is certainly going to impact insurance coverage. So just as Chairman Case indicated, I do think that we will need to increase our depth and breadth of knowledge associated with insurance and how that is going to impact all of our constituents' lives at a time of increasing inflation and costs, and how we can get our arms around that with some meaningful solutions. So because of that particular, I think, critical need at this time, I do support getting additional access to these resources.
Further discussion?
Question.
President Beitman.
Thanks. I can't remember. If we do pay this annual dues, would these conference trips be comped by NCOIL, or we still have to pay our own way to get out there? Because I've been invited to NCOIL in the past when I was on minerals, but never went because I didn't want to pay out of my own pocket, and I didn't want to come groveling to management council. So I just didn't go. But it's just one of those things. So that's kind of an important question.
Okay, thank you. Senator Nethercott, would you like to address that, or?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I don't know the answer to that. I don't know if Director Obrecht does. I'm on their website, Sound Public Policy in 50 States for 50+ years. They have a legislator stipend program and scholarship opportunities. I don't know what the 10,000 completely gets us, except that it would be then part of our legislators can go per management council policy as it currently exists. you know, I do think that it's important that we develop a relationship with them. They also have model laws and resolutions, so I think we should look into that, but they do provide scholarships and legislator stipends. I don't know if it's in Puerto Rico or not.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Yin.
Mr. Chairman, the answer to that is yes. For member states, their legislative members get a $1,500 stipend for up to 2 legislators per meeting. And those stipend requests have to be made 21 days before the meeting. So yes, but not for all legislators, only for 2 legislators.
Okay, thank you, Representative Yin. Further information or discussion? Senator Nethercott.
They don't have any of their 2025 legislative activities on their website. Gives me pause. And so I ask, it's still 2024 up. So I may withdraw my motion. But so a question to Director Obrecht and maybe staff about knowledge or information you have about NCOIL. Is it a value add, speaking with your colleagues? What can you tell us about their peer-reviewed reputation that you can share?
Director Obrecht, please.
Mr. Chairman, I do not believe NCOIL focuses on legislative staff. And, you know, if Ian's listening, he might be, since his years of staffing the Labor Health Committee, he may have better insight on it than I do. But I'm not familiar with any of their work with legislative staff.
Senator Nethercott, follow-up? Just seems like you're ready to go.
I withdraw my motion until we learn more about NCOIL.
Well,
And then obviously, you know my position about the importance of insurance, but I just hesitate to recognize an entity of this size and of this importance that perhaps they're not as on the ball as I'd hope them to be.
Okay, motion has been withdrawn. Further discussion? Any motions? Okay, moving on. Director Obrecht.
I believe for the public portion of the meeting. First, by way of background, Management Council incorporated the House members, Senate members, and spouses courtesy funds. Last fall, we actually filed articles of incorporation as social clubs with the Secretary of State's office. All the House members are the board of directors for the House Courtesy Fund. Senate members are the board of directors for the Senate. You're all members of the board of directors for the Legislative Spouses Courtesy Fund. Heather and I are signatories on the account, the accounts for all these. What we needed are resolutions to allow us to expend funds from those accounts that are typical funds. Some legislative spouses wanted to be able to expend funds this year. We had to bug the speaker during session about that to get that approved. This would just allow us to, Heather and I, the pre-approval to spend up to these amounts specified in each resolution. And Tamara and I are happy to walk through it if you'd like.
Thank you, Director. Any questions for the Director? Discussion? Everybody good? Okay, we'll take a motion. Can pass all 3?
That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Motion to do that. Who would like to do that? Senator Craigle, seconded by Senator Guru. We're good. Any further discussion? Seeing none, let's vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Motion passes. Director Obrecht.
Mr. Chairman, I've got a few additions to the LSO personnel manual that I would like to make. Most of them reflect executive branch actions that we need to keep pace with. Some are unique to us. The first one is on page 18 of the LSO personnel manual. It says regular full-time employees of the LSO who have previous service with Wyoming State Government and who have not otherwise received credit for that service with respect to the rate at which vacation leave is earned shall receive credit for that service from and after completion of 24 continuous months of service with LSO. This was passed in 1998. I don't know why, if someone comes over from the executive branch, and let me give you an example. For your first 5 years or 4 years of service with the state, you accrue 8 hours of vacation leave a month. From 5 to 10, it's 10 hours, 10 to 15, it's 12, and after that, it's 16 hours. I'm not sure why, if somebody came over from the executive branch, we wouldn't honor whatever level of pay they're getting with that service, why we require 2 years. This is antiquated and should be removed. So that would be the first one. I think we can just do all these in a blanket motion. On the next page, Mr. Chairman, is administrative leave, and this is to provide flexibility to council and to the director on administrative leave. The director may grant an employee administrative leave with pay to participate in meetings, institutes, and other activity directly related to his employment, and for the traditional observance of local celebrations. That's the half day for CFD, and then everybody else for Cheyenne Day during CFD, and everybody else gets one around the state too. Inclement weather conditions or for other reasons or purposes the director or management council deems necessary or beneficial for employee retention. Next page, Mr. Chairman, page 20. The governor in January authorized up to 6 weeks for executive branch employees paid Family and Medical Leave Act. This is a commiserate policy for legislative staff, full-time legislative staff to receive up to 6 weeks of paid leave for Family and Medical Leave Act approved leave. Page 22 is to change our bereavement leave from 3 days to 5, 24 hours to 40 hours of bereavement leave. That's consistent with what the executive branch does. And Mr. Chairman, the last one is a concept amendment. At the end, Appendix 2 and 3 are recruitment incentives that Management Council passed based on actions of an LSO Recruitment and Retention Committee that met in 2021 and into 2022. And I would like another recruitment incentive of up to $2,500 bonus to an LSO employee who recommends a person for permanent employment with LSO. That person is hired by LSO, and the person remains at LSO for 6 months. So in that 6 months, then the existing LSO employee who suggested to me or their administrator a person for employment with the office would receive up to that $2,500 bonus. I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Director. Questions for the Director? Concerns, questions? Seeing none? Okay, I would entertain a motion. I believe the Director would like to see us do all of these in one shot. Does anybody have any heartburn with that?
So moved.
Seconded, moved by Yin, seconded by Carigo. Oh, Guru, you guys got to change your voices. Any discussion? Seeing none? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Motion has been adopted. Director.
Mr. Chairman, now the motion to go into executive session to consider matters confidential as determined by law would be appropriate.
We have motion to go into executive session. Is, would like second? We are, motion, we need a motion and a second. You got a motion? Okay, he moved, seconded. Okay, good. Harrelson moves, Craig was seconded. We are now in executive session.
So Mr. Chairman, we'll give a few minutes just to ask folks who aren't invited to the executive session to leave, and then we need Senator Hicks is going to join the first part of this